This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business, car key replacements, and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Boys and girls, yes, sir. Welcome aboard. Time to rock and roll for the next couple of hours, for several hours today on the program. Wednesday is always a big day. It's hump day, and it's a day where we're absolutely loaded with all kinds of guests. We got a bunch of things to talk about. I already see Chapman and Zorilla and Nizzle already on the damn chat board. You guys are amazing. Sean Stanley, of course, the man that masters this program every single damn day and gets it done. As always, appreciate all of you out there. By the way, congratulations to Spo and his wife, Nikki. They announced they are having their third child. And by the way, it's a girl. Nikki was all worried about being a girl mom now. Yeah, because you worry more about the girls than you do the boys. There we go. I did not turn on the light. You worry more about the girls than you do the boys. You know what I'm saying? So it's always one of those things, because they have two boys already. This is going to be their third child. My wife and I, we kind of closed down the shop after one. But congratulations to the Spolstra family. That's a really nice note I saw this morning in preparing for the show. I did not catch that. Maybe it went out yesterday at one point or something, but saw it this morning. It's always an exciting time as they took a picture showing the belly, all that good stuff. So I think they said they're halfway there or something like that. So you don't want to mention it in the first trimester, right? I think that's the bad luck charm, if I'm correct. I think you want to stay away from the first trimester, and then once you've passed the first trimester, you can talk about it. Now they know the sex already. I didn't do that actually. The only child we have, we didn't want to know the sex. And listen, I understand the people that want to know the sex. You could get ahead on the room and you can start putting in whether it's a boys' room or a girls' room. So I totally understand that. Okay. I get when people do that. But I wanted the surprise. It was my first child. Now when you've had multiple children, that is, I would imagine that I can't talk about that because I don't have experience, but it kind of sounds like it makes sense that if you've had multiple kids, the first one might be a surprise, and then after that, you kind of want to know and all that. So I kind of understand, but we went with the entire surprise all the way through. And I think I've told this story before a couple of times on the air. Now, remember, this was a long time ago, so I don't know if they still let you do these kind of things that I did. So the wife goes into labor, right? And I grabbed the camera, and back in those days, it was a tape. And so I set the camera up on this closet that was across from her, actually, and I had it angled down to film the pregnancy. And I hit record, and I was able to, and the little viewfinder, would come out, and then it would bend. So you would able to see the picture that you're filming. So I saw when I had the angle that I needed, all that. I hit record. The rest is history. So I'm recording that, right? So I'm there in the delivery room, right? Like most of us guys that can handle it, right? Because there's some of you out there that get a little, you go a little Joe Philbin on me. You get a little queasy. You know what I'm saying? And apparently they asked me, do you get, queasy about stuff? And I said, no, man, I've seen all kinds of stuff growing up. So I'm good. It doesn't get me queasy or anything. And he goes, no, we have to ask because we've had fathers like faint. And so then we have like another issue going on while we're in the middle of an issue. And so we don't want to have two issues. I don't know. Some of you young fathers now are going to have to fill me in. Do they allow you still to do, to stay in the thing? Now, not only was I there, I cut the umbilical cord. Did they allow you to cut? Do they allow you to film the pregnancy, the delivery? Do they allow you to be in the room and cut the umbilical cord? I don't know, because rules have changed. And I would imagine now with the whole COVID crap over the last couple of years, delivering a child must have had way more restrictions too. So that, you know what? I'm going to have to ask some of you pre-COVID what it was. Actually, now that I think about it, pre-COVID is actually the key to that. So anyway, story's not done yet. I'm not done yet. So I set up the camera, right? I'm there in the delivery room holding my wife's hand, talking to her, all that. She's a freaking champ throughout the whole thing. She was just, she's like she's always been throughout her entire relationship. But anyway, so we get through the baby, the head is starting to come out. So I go to the doctor, hold on a second. And he looks at me like weird. And I said, all right, we don't know what the sex is. So give me a guess, everybody. So I asked the doctor to give me a guess. I asked the two nurses to give me a guess. I have no idea what they guessed. I don't remember that anymore now. Now that I'm thinking about this story, I don't remember their response because I only remember mine. So then I got their predictions. This is the best prediction I have nailed in my entire life. I then turned to the camera and I said, here comes my baby girl. And sure enough, I was right. It was a baby girl. There we go. I knew I was having a girl I told my wife throughout the pregnancy. I go, it's a girl. It's a girl. It's a girl. I can tell it's a girl. I feel it. It's a girl. It's a girl. And so I was lucky. I mean, I had a 50% chance, but it's like one of those things. It's like, Sean, it's like being on a roll in the liquor split matchup of the night. You know what I'm saying, baby? 3 in a row. You know what I'm saying? 3 in a row. 3 in a row. Yeah, baby. We're hot. We're hot. So, yeah, we did that. So, I don't know. Do you get to cut the umbilical cord still? Do you get to be in the delivery room? Do you get to film it? I don't know. I don't know how it is because, this was 22 years ago. It's like I have no idea how it is. We didn't make a second trip, so I don't know if things changed 2 years later or 10 years later if I had another child. So I'm not sure. And I'm not one of those guys that has like 4 wives in other cities and 8 other kids. I don't know how those people ever do it. How do those guys ever get away with that? How do they even one family, one wife, one child is more than enough. Those of you that have 2 and 3 and 4, you are awesome. You are awesome. Jay says, good morning, Orlando and Sean. My ex wouldn't let me record, but not only did I cut the umbilical cord, I told the doctor that I'm the first person to touch my daughter during the birth. There you go. There you go. Now, you and I are a little older of age, so I can see where, yeah, but it's funny how they didn't let you record because that was probably a while back, like me. Because I don't think Jay, you have like a 2-year-old running around. I want to say I'm going to take a gamble right now. So we could get away with things back in the day. You weren't able to film. Wow, that's amazing.
He said his ex wouldn't let him film, not the doctor. He said
that's right, my ex. Oh, okay. Okay, why? It's a great moment, man. You're not really going to be. Oh, I guess you're afraid it goes viral or something. Ours is still on a tape. We never made it to digital, so can't hack it or anything like that. That's for sure. But that's congratulations to Spo and Nikki. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. That is good stuff there as always. All right, we've got the boys locked and loaded. Ira, you get ready to take off your glasses. All right, now let's bring Ira and Clay aboard as we get ready for a little inside the paint. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Good morning, sir. A week removed from the draft, getting ready around all the NBA rumors. And I know you talked about all season about this. There was the NBA season, and that's fun. And then it gets juicy in the offseason, and then it gets really fun. And I'm still not sure. Maybe you guys disagree. I'm not sure any league handles the offseason better than the NBA for this reason. The NFL has an offseason that goes forever. But free agency is not as big of a part, and trades are not as big of a part of the NFL as they are of the NBA. So it just seems that as soon as teams are eliminated, they can begin making trades. Once the finals are over, everyone is eligible, and then all hell breaks loose. Because the way these teams overhaul rosters, because again, you only have 5 players at a time, and how one move makes more of a difference than anything but a quarterback in the NFL. This is the juicy time. This is the fun bits.
Yep. And listen, I mentioned this to Anthony Chang yesterday, and I'll say it to you guys also. I know Riley wants to finish this job, and Clay, I know he wants to finish it, as soon as possible, and he knows that this Butler window is really small. I told Anthony yesterday, I think there's an 80% chance that they make a move for a whale because Riley knows that Jimmy needs that whale. And by the way, that picture with Jimmy and Donovan Mitchell hanging out with the trainer, that's the kind of recruiting I want to see early on in the offseason right there, because that sounds about the guy you want to go after. But I think, and you guys can answer this, I think there's an 80% chance the Heat, they know they have to get that other star if they want to win a title, because as this team is built, it's not built for a title yet.
Well, and you read my mind with what we're going to start off the show talking about. It is going to be the Donovan Mitchell pictures, the dinner with Chris Brickley, Jimmy Butler's trainer, at his birthday party. And, I'm with you, I think, in the sense that I think there is a 100% chance that Pat Riley swings hard for that whale. And I think the reason why, is I think the thing that Pat Riley deserves credit for is always looking at the landscape and saying, are we good enough? And I think, look, in his words, you don't want to take anything away from what this team and this group did. But you also have to look at the landscape of the rest of the Eastern Conference, and that's Boston is younger. It wasn't just you, by the way, who got hurt and was playing injured in the play. Robert Williams still isn't 100% right. If he's 100%, he's a monster. He's a problem. You have to get better to beat a healthy Boston. Milwaukee was not healthy.
Marcus Smart wasn't healthy either, by the way, completely in that series.
Milwaukee was a problem for you, and they were unhealthy. Philadelphia wasn't 100% healthy, and obviously they have to do something. So you can't look at this as Pat Riley and say, you know what, we're good. We had bad luck because of injuries, because guess what? Everybody else did too.
Yep. Ira?
I like how Clay phrased it. Pat Riley 100% will swing. Yes, he will 100% swing for the fences, but it takes two to tango in a trade. It takes availability also. I think where the disappointment might come, and we'll see because this will play out, what you guys consider a whale and what Pat Riley considers a whale. Because if you're going to limit yourself to the Zach LaVine, Damian Lillard, Donovan Mitchell, Bradley Beal level, and that's it, you may find that your fish streams become outsized. But Pat Riley, on the other hand, might just say, you know what? If I get a better starter, just a better starter than what's in my first five, that alone makes us better. So it might be as simple as getting
Christian Wood. Christian Wood
might be fine for the power rotation. I happen to like PJ Tucker, so I'm not talking about Bam or PJ. What I'm talking about is this, Big O.
That would extend PJ's shelf life,
and I get that, and that's an ancillary move. To me, it's a better starting wing than Max Strus, because I have this theory, and I want to get into this with Clay when we get into our show today, and that's this. I think what you need with the Heat is you need two scoring stars in your starting lineup. In other words, the Celtics have Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Say what you want, but on either game, either guy, any game, either guy can go off. The Warriors have Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. I think you need two dynamic starting scorers. The Heat don't have that.
That can create their own shot, because that's
that's part of being a scorer.
Well, and by the way, guys, and this is what we're going to get to. I know we're up against it. I don't want them to try to force Bam to become that guy. They need to go and get that guy. And I did. And there's a name that Ira mentioned last week that I've started to look into more and more, and I'm glad he did, that I think fits the bill perfectly. So we're going to talk about that. But yeah, we are going to talk a lot about the Donovan Mitchell scenario, because I do have kind of a little nugget about the Donovan Mitchell thing that I don't know how much of this has been out there, but we'll talk more about that coming up once we get rolling.
Jimmy, get it done, baby. Bring Donovan Mitchell down. Let him keep Gobert. They can't win anyway. They can have Tyler. They can have Duncan. We've got Ira and Clay for the next hour talking some hardcore basketball. It's the Slomans Inside the Paint Show. Next.
Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Red Recover can maximize your efforts by potentially improving cellular metabolism, blood circulation, and muscle recovery. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
NBA fans, it's time for the Slomans Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Slomans has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Slomans Home Security, and nobody talks Heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
What up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Time for Inside the Paint. And Ira, we got so many directions that we can go with this thing. And I think you set the stage really well when we started this. And that's that the NBA offseason is a season in and of itself. And I think there's some people, and I may even be in that group, that I love the transaction as much as I love the action. And so the drama and everything that goes into this, there's so much to get into. And by the way, please make sure to smash that like button for us, but also drop us your questions. Ira often has some insights that he can give you a little bit deeper knowledge about stuff than maybe he does in his columns. So drop some questions, whatever you might have about the offseason.
And I guess Clay is adjusting his computer again. We've seen this before. So as Clay rehooks up here just to sort of set the pattern of what I think is going to happen. We've spoken previously on our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show that even Pat Riley has acknowledged there probably will be a need for one more, for an additional piece. And as I spoke to Big O during the crosstalk today, my thought is this, is that when you look at the NBA Finals, both the Celtics and the Warriors have players who both can come out and put up big numbers at any time in the starting lineup. And I think that's where the NBA is right now. And the problem with the Heat is this, and I know Clay will get back into this also, Jimmy Butler can give you a 30 or 40 burger any night. I'm not sure there's another Heat player, including Kyle Lowry at his advanced age, that I could say that about. And I think until the Heat get to that point, they can be easily defended by putting more pressure on Jimmy Butler, making someone else be the man. I don't think Bam, and again, Clay spoke about this on our crosstalk with Big O. I don't think Bam can become that. I don't think you can change who you are. So I don't think Bam's that. I think Kyle Lowry is aged out of being Mr. 30 points on a given night. And I think Max Strus, God bless him, but his skill set is not set up for that. Certainly PJ Tucker goes through games, Clay, and doesn't even shoot the ball at all. So I totally agree what you're saying is, I think the focus of this offseason is how do they get another scorer in their starting lineup? You can put him where you want, you can call him what you want, but I think that has to be the focus.
So let's start with the news of the weekend, and that was the picture of Donovan Mitchell and Jimmy Butler. Carmelo Anthony was there as well at Chris Brickley's birthday party. And for those of you that don't know, Chris Brickley, and we actually have pictures of that. I sent them over to Sean before the show started in case you haven't seen him. But Chris Brickley is somebody who Jimmy Butler has his circle, right? Guys who he really trusts. And I wasn't aware that Chris Brickley was also Donovan Mitchell's trainer. And so what you start to see with this thing is you're always going to have people overreact when you see a picture of two stars out.
Yes.
And look, the other side of it, which is, oh, this means nothing. Like, they just have the same trainer. They just have to be. Here's the reality, Ira. It's not everything. It doesn't mean that Jimmy Butler was having this dinner for Chris Brickley specifically to recruit Donovan Mitchell to come to the Miami Heat. That's ridiculous. But it's also not nothing. And you always go back to what Dwayne Wade said. It was relationships matter, people. They matter in this business. And what that shows is that if there is a relationship there with Donovan Mitchell and Jimmy Butler, and even if it's just through Chris Brickley and they just happen to hang out occasionally or work out together, there is that relationship. There was another picture that was posted that night that didn't get quite as much run, but I found it even more interesting. On that same night that Donovan Mitchell was out with Jimmy Butler and Chris Brickley and Carmelo Anthony, he also happened to post a picture of himself and Bam Adebayo on his IG. And that was him. That was him posting that. That was not a picture from a birthday party on Chris Brickley's
that comes through the feed, right?
Account.
Mm-hmm.
That was Donovan Mitchell going out of his way to post that. So one more thing I want to add to this, and I don't know if you've ever heard this or got wind of this, and it was one of those things that, like, at the time you're like, man, I wish that we could talk more about this. But I had somebody who sent me a video from inside the bubble of Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, and Donovan Mitchell hanging out, spending time together. And it was mostly Bam and Donovan Mitchell, and Jimmy was like coming over and talking. And there was some fun words exchanged. It's one of those things that, like, you don't share because you don't put out there because you don't want to give up anybody's confidence, something they sent you. But what I think it did show was that, like, you go all the way back to then, and that was 2020. That was the peak of COVID. They were there were so many crazy things. There was clearly a relationship already there with these three guys, with Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, and Donovan Mitchell. So if something is going to happen, and this goes back to what we said before this even started, you need the player, you need the whale to go to his organization and say, I want out, and I want out to that place. At that point, the number of assets that you need in order to pull off a deal like this gets down to the level where I think you can be comfortable enough if you're Miami to make it happen. Now, in your words, Aaron, I want you to get more into this. It takes two to tango. You need Danny Ainge to find it within himself to say it's okay to pull off this move. And obviously he doesn't make the final decisions there in Utah, but there's a lot more involved with this. So when you see these pictures of Jimmy Butler and Donovan Mitchell, and you see the picture Donovan Mitchell posted of Bam Adebayo, Is it everything? No, it's not everything. It doesn't mean that Donovan Mitchell is guaranteed, but it does mean that there's something there, that relationships matter, and these people do have a previous relationship. And as Dwayne Wade told us, relationships matter, people. It matters.
This is Big O's going to love this because I can so fully disagree with you that honestly, if you were to disconnect for a few more seconds here, we'd be fine as I make my case. First of all, I agree that NBA players have shown over the years the ability to force their ways to preferred destinations. But Clay, that most often happens to NBA players who are impending free agents, who have opt-outs, or who are close to the final year of their contract. That is not at all the case with Donovan Mitchell. With 3 years left on his contract, any team can acquire him with confidence that he is under contract to them for 3 more years. So this is not the classic case of someone who can say, hey, I'm going to force my way there. If you don't get me where I want to go, I'm going to tell the other suitor, I am out of here. He doesn't have that option. He still has so much time left on his contract that he has to go somewhere and play for sometimes. Usually the swing time is about a year to go. Paul George gave that ultimatum to the Pacers when he went to the Oklahoma City Thunder that, hey, get something now because pretty soon it'll be too late. They did get a nice haul. They got Domantas Sabonis. They got Victor Oladipo. I get that. That's number one. Number two, there are always the hot, I guess I'll call it the hot acquaintance in the NBA. The person who links so many players together. For years, it was Tim Grover, Dwayne Wade's trainer. And Tim Grover had Kobe Bryant and had every elite player, Michael Jordan, of course, to start. So you could say, oh, Dwayne Wade is training with Kobe's trainer. He's training with MJ's trainer. There's something going on here. No, sometimes you're just a hot guy. And the second guy I bring along in that is Rich Paul. And there was a time where Rich Paul was adding so many players in the NBA that people were saying, well, he's a Rich Paul client and he's a Rich Paul client. So they'll come together also. I think that's where this all stuff is right now with Chris Brickley also is he's just the hot trainer. He's the hot skills guy. He's the guy that people want to be around. And we see this. Like Drew Hanlon's another guy in the NBA.
I love how you call him. I love how you call him the hot trainer. I feel like we're getting off into a completely different discussion here.
All right. Well, but I'm just saying he's sort of the it guy. And you get this through the NBA. There's a guy who everyone goes to their camp. Hey, way back in the day, it was Pete Newell and his big man's camp, and all the big men were there. And you certainly can get pictures of guys together. I also think this, in this day of social media and player empowerment, players love to troll us. They love, Clay, to troll us. They love to just happen to put out a picture, happen to have a video come out, happen to notice that someone followed them on their IG or unfollowed them on their IG. These guys, they almost get off on all of this because they can totally control the narrative. And I'm not sure that anyone more than Jimmy Butler enjoys it because Jimmy is so selective, Clay, in how he approaches all of this that I think Jimmy's the kind of guy that, hey, you guys run with it. And if it gets out of control, I'm going to be over in Italy. I'll be out of touch. You won't be able to get me on this. So I think that's where all this is. I just think the Donovan Mitchell case is different. This is not Bradley Beal able to extend or go somewhere else. It's not Zach LaVine, who is a free agent and will be able to control his destiny. This is not someone who's up for a rookie scale extension like a Tyler Hero, or you may want to move off of him. This is a little bit different. You know what? What I need to see is this. I need to see something definitive from Donovan Mitchell that makes it clear that he wants to be a player on the market. And he's dancing around the edges. I think everyone else is trying to pair up with Donovan Mitchell. So I think we have to wait for that. Number one, the most important thing, Clay, will be this. Who is going to be the next coach of the Utah Jazz? And is it going to be a guy that Donovan Mitchell goes, man, I've always wanted to play for that guy. That guy is really the kind of coach who feeds my game. Or is it going to be a guy who's going, damn, Terry Stotts could have win in Portland, and now I get him after the Lakers rejected him? So I think first we have to see who Danny Ainge picks as his coach. Remember, his last coaching hire was Brad Stevens, who was the hot name at the time, who everyone said, oh, Danny Ainge is a savant. He got the guy to leave Butler that no one thought was leaving. So Danny might still have a rabbit to pull out of his hat, where not only do the Jazz and Jazz ownership and Dwayne Wade go, that's a great choice, but where Donovan Mitchell goes, this could be a little bit interesting.
Yeah, and here's where we're on the same page. So let's find our common ground here. Donovan Mitchell has to say he wants out, and he has to say I want Miami, and there has to be enough behind the scenes where it makes it pretty clear that he's not super happy going anywhere else. And so while you were talking, I was looking back at some of the recent deals that, in my mind, felt like there was time left on contracts, and the two that stuck out were Anthony Davis and Paul George. And those, not the first Paul George trade, but the second one when Oklahoma City sent him to the Clippers. And both of those had more than 2 years left on their contract. It was the end of the season in which they had 3 years left on their contract. So basically a year from where we are now with Donovan Mitchell.
And both to preferred destinations. So
Yes.
It wasn't a matter that the player was going to balk or block. Anthony Davis wanted to be a Laker from day one.
Yes.
Paul
Yes.
George was Mr. California. I remember ESPN did that interview with Dwayne Wade. Remember they did a Sunday sit down. Dwayne was working for ESPN at the time, and they spoke about that also. So that's different. What I'm saying is you can always get a player to prefer destination because I'm up for that. I'm in New Orleans here. I'll go to LA. I'm in Oklahoma City driving by the oil derricks on the way to the arena every day. I'll go play for the Clippers. That I'm saying is the difference. What I'm saying is you're saying is Donovan Mitchell clearly has ties to Miami, clearly has ties to Miami players, has the Dwayne Wade double agent influence going there. And I get all that. But it's not like Donovan Mitchell, if he's sent to Sacramento for De'Aaron Fox in a package, can go, yeah, I ain't going there. He ain't got no choice. Just like Anthony Davis wouldn't have had a choice and Paul George wouldn't have had a choice, but they were able to get the package they want, which is Oklahoma City's a gazillion draft choices, including one from the Heat. And obviously for the Pelicans, to get a little bit more, people said they did well initially on that deal also. To me, that's a little bit of a difference than just saying that a guy has that much time and he's not going to go to a place he doesn't want to go. I think this is a little bit different than when LA were the teams you mentioned with Anthony Davis and Paul George.
But I guess my question to you would be, and not to put you on the spot, but has there ever been a situation, and again, like this is all, it's hypothetical. It's hypothetical based on Donovan Mitchell saying he wants to be here. And there is nothing substantial or substantive that has us there yet. But we all know that the world changes the second somebody makes that demand. So it's like, if that happens, then X, then what? And I don't remember a case, Ira, and again, not to put you on a spot, where a player demanded out, had a preferred destination, and then the team sent him somewhere else. Like I think with Jimmy Butler wanted to come to Miami when he was in Minnesota.
Absolutely.
And the Heat wanted to make it happen, and there was this song and dance for a while. But the Philadelphia trade, and Jimmy Butler was at the end of his contract, it was pretty clear that Minnesota had a certain price they were waiting for. And that doesn't mean that Utah couldn't do the same thing, but Jimmy also had to make it clear that he was cool with going to Philadelphia, who at that time happened to be pretty close to being a contender, and Jimmy put them over the top to potentially being a contender had they not lost in Game 7. So all that to say, I think
But Jimmy was also a year away from free agency. He had the clout.
Right.
That's 1 year. That's the window.
I'm trying to find it again. I'm posing this question to you. Do you remember a time where a star asked for a trade to a preferred destination and the team said, nah, I'm sending you here instead, and that player had to just go and toil? Like, I feel like in this age of player empowerment, if a player says he wants out to go to a certain spot, there's different ties with teams and agents and not wanting to make representative angry, soil the waters moving forward, that they don't want to make it to where they'll send him to Sacramento if it means that Mitchell's reps end up furious with the organization for decades to come.
I would put it this way. I think usually when a demand to a preferred destination comes, Clay, the player has a confidence that there's a path to that place. So in other words, I don't think a player demands a trade to Team X when they know there's no chance in hell that Team X has the resources to make something happen.
Fair.
So I think that's when the agent enters the picture. That's when, in other words, I could see Donovan Mitchell, if he wants to get out, making a demand to the Heat, because Donovan Mitchell's agent knows, hey, they have Tyler Hero, attractive asset, especially for Utah. I'll let other people figure out why. They have Tyler Hero available. They have Duncan Robinson's contract to help make the numbers match a little bit closer. They have the access right now to giving us up to 3 first-round draft choices. Draft for us next Thursday. Pass along their 2023 pick. That is unencumbered. give us their 2028 pick. So at least Donovan Mitchell's agent will know, hey, we're demanding a trade to Miami, but Miami could make you a tangible trade. So again, I mentioned this last week on our Sloman's, home security inside the paint show, and I'll go back to you again right now, Clay, with this. I know I'm going to talk about Big O about it also. We can't be fans and saying, hey, we're going to give them Duncan Robinson and Omar Yurtseven and a first-round pick, and it's going to work because, one, it doesn't work under the cap, and two, they're not idiots in Utah. So let's talk common sense. So that's my package to you. Would you do that deal if you were the Heat? Because what's going to happen is Donovan Mitchell's agent, through back channels, just like Jimmy's agents, everyone did when they did the Jimmy trade, okay? The Heat had no cap room to make the deal work. But they knew that Josh Richardson could be put in play. They knew that a first-round pick could be put in play. They knew there were assets that could appease Philadelphia and a third party, in this case Portland, taking on Hassan Whiteside to make the math work. So if you're the Heat, are you willing to sort of put a bow tie in this whole thing? Are you willing to trade Tyler Hero, the contract that is Duncan Robinson, 2 first-round picks, and a poo-poo platter, your choice of anyone of Gabe Vincent, Max Strus, or Omar Yurtseven? First, Clay, I'm putting you on the Heat spot there. Are you willing to do that for Donovan Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's fine.
Yes. And so, Ira, I want to play off that.
Sure.
I think the key with this is, and I'm going to add the 3rd first-round pick. I'm going to add this year's one.
And that's what I was going to go to, because Danny Ainge will ask for the moon, of course.
And he should. He should. And I guess this is where I'm coming from with this, Ira. When in the past few years, and look, give Pat Riley credit for pulling off the Jimmy Butler deal. It was crazy. It was unbelievable. You make that happen with very, very few assets. For the first time that I can remember since covering this team, and you've been here far longer than I have, so you've been here when they have had this level of assets. But for the first time since the trade machine became a thing, and every fan got online and said, oh, let's trade him Omer Yurtseven, Duncan Robinson's contract, and 1 first-round pick. Who says no? For the first time, the Heat have the assets. For the first time, there aren't going to be a whole lot of teams throughout the NBA who would be in the position of wanting a Donovan Mitchell, that Donovan Mitchell would want to go to, that can top the assets that the Heat would have in a deal. So, yes, you're right. Like a Sacramento, sure, De'Aaron Fox, whatever first-round picks. Sam Presti could call up Utah and say, you know what, that's the guy I want. Here are the 278 first-round picks that I've been hoarding for the last 5 years.
You can own the second round in 2023 with 18 picks. Clay, just to sort of wrap this up, because I know we're running long, except for one thing. Tyler Hero has the right to extend before the start of the season, or can become a restricted free agent in the 2023 offseason. Let me give you one more scenario, Danny Ainge, okay? So I'm looking at you, Danny, and I'm going to ask you this question. Clay, Danny Ainge, Ferraro. If Tyler Hero were to publicly come out and say, I am not re-signing with the Jazz if I am trading there, do you still make the move, Danny Ainge?
And we will talk about that after the break here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
Doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back Inside the Paint. I want to answer that question that Ira posed before the break coming up in a bit, but you guys have asked some great questions in the chat, so I want to get to them. And one of the ones that I think we get a lot, it's some variation of, do we need a big man? And it's Mo Bamba is one that's been mentioned in the chat. I know Big O mentioned Christian Wood before the crossover. And if you guys have listened to us before, there's been a constant tug of war between Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley. And this has gone on for years now. And Eric Spoelstra has won. And it's not changing. Eric Spoelstra wants to play switch everything. He wants to be able to have, and maybe you're a little bit smaller inside in that case with a PJ Tucker. But if you say Mo Bamba to me, I would ask this. Can Mo Bamba guard Trae Young 90 feet from the basket and guard him all the way up the floor? Because that's the type of thing that Eric Spoelstra covets in this lineup. And Bam Adebayo, the ability to switch 1 through 5, have Bam Adebayo go out and make Steph Curry's life miserable when he gets switched onto him. Make Trae Young's life miserable. That's the type of thing that Eric Spoelstra covets. So, like, when we get posed these questions about guys like Miles Turner, Christian Wood, Mo Bamba, go down the list of these bigger players, the issue that you're running into, it's not just can this player shoot a three and stretch the floor offensively. There is the defensive element to this that PJ Tucker brought, that Jay Crowder, to a lesser extent, I think, brought. Like, I don't know that you necessarily trusted Jay Crowder to guard somebody 90 feet away from the basket, but if he got switched off onto somebody, you were okay with that. That's the type of four that Eric Spoelstra loves with this core. And I can't see that changing. Not with a team that, based on its defense and its switchability, was able to get to the NBA Finals when I think there's a more pressing need elsewhere.
And that's the thing. So, again, even if I take the name Christian Wood out, and by the way, that's a good name, and I agree, Big O, for this reason. A lot of people are mentioning the Rockets at the top of the draft taking a power forward. And if they do, and the way they're set up already, and they already have young bigs in their pipeline, that Christian Wood could shake free. So it will be interesting. We know the Heat have been linked before. That's not breaking any news here. But again, if you're even talking about big, and we always go back to, and I'm sure there's some in the chat room there, because I know there's always in the Ask Ira mailbag, what about Omer Yurtseven and Bam Adebayo? And Clay, that's the same thing, of course, also. You're talking about a limited mobility big. Even with Dwayne Dedmon, they played him some minutes, and obviously he wasn't switch everything, but they were very limited minutes, no more than probably 12 minutes a game, just a little bit different look when you're going big against other teams. That's why a name I come back to, I don't think he is as defensively as versatile, but I think he could be a wing and a big, and that's John Collins, who can play on the perimeter offensively. And again, we can't pigeonhole players into what they can't do until they come to the Heat, because the Heat get something out of it. Look, Clay, we don't know. If Bam Adebayo went to any other team, that he wouldn't have been the same player he was under John Calipari at Kentucky. Don't ever shoot the ball, just block shots and chase rebounds, and maybe he wouldn't have unlocked this. Eric Spoelstra has unlocked a lot from players we didn't think was possible before, helped make some of those players trade chips. So I think if you get someone who you could at least view as a 3-4, which Jay Crowder was, which PJ Tucker is, which Trevor Ariza was, I think you can make that work. But to go twin tower or big, it would seem out of character unless Eric Spoelstra sits down in the offseason and goes, crap, this just didn't work. And this won't work against Giannis and Brook Lopez. And this won't work if Robert Williams becomes a full-time starter in Boston and gets past the injuries. So you could look at it that way also. I agree with you, though. He wanted versatility. And when I was talking to Adam Simon about the draft, and I mistakenly asked the question, okay, let's go through the positions. Is this a good center draft? Is this a good pass? And he goes, positionless. I'm not looking to draft a guy who's just a 4, who's just a 3. I'm saying, is he a 2-3? Is he a 3-4? Point guard's a little different. You can make an argument center's a little bit different. So I think when you're talking the 4, power forward from the Heat, it has to be a 4 something, a 4-5, a 3-4, something like that. So if you're going to, and that's the problem with Omar Yurtseven. He's a 5, right?
Yeah.
He ain't in no way a 4 in this NBA to go out and guard, like you mentioned, a Jay Crowder or a John Collins or these more versatile 4 type of players. So I think that factors into it also. And it has to be a guy who at least can be a 4 on the defensive end as well. I know you can stretch Mo Bamba, but can he guard athleticism on the perimeter? So yeah, I think that's where the Christian Wood stuff stops. And that's the push-pull with Omar Yurtseven, which is why I think for Omar Yurtseven to get minutes next season, Dwayne Dedmon can't be on the roster.
Or Omar Yurtseven has to be in Utah or somewhere else. So, which will bring us back to that discussion. But just to kind of like put the capper on that point, you also have to ask yourself this. Can the player who you would be getting to take on that role be better than PJ Tucker for what you would have to pay PJ Tucker in order to bring him back? And I think we're both on the same page that we're pretty sure he's going to ditch that partial guarantee and opt out. I would think that. I would
just
think
to get
he
years.
would want
Just to get years. He has about a $7.3 million contract he can pick up. You're always allowed a 10% raise in the NBA, so he can just get a little bit more. He can get multiple years, which at 37 is a big thing. So I agree. But I think what Big O said in our crosstalk before we started our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show is valid. You need someone to help carve up some of PJ Tucker's minutes. That he was, whether he was on fumes at the end, whether it was just an injury, whether it was the calf, whether it was the knee. You need one more that you're comfortable with in the power rotation who's versatile. Again, Dwayne Dedmon, Pat Riley said Dwayne Dedmon had a very good season for what he is. Right. Maybe you need something a little more versatile. Again, John Collins can be a 4-5. Yes, he's undersized the 5, and I get that. Christian Wood is a 4-5. I can get that also. You might be able to get more defensive range out of him. But I think we need PJ Tucker's helper. The problem is here is if the Heat are a capped out team, which they most likely will be, they want to be somewhat leery of the tax if they can be, and they want to bring back Caleb Martin. So to me, either Caleb Martin is your backup 4, 3-4, hell, he's a 2-3-4, or else you probably might risk, are you willing to risk losing Caleb Martin to instead use your mid-level exception, whether it's the taxpayer 6.4, they probably can go to the full mid-level 10.3. Would you rather use that on your power forward if it means at the cost of losing Caleb Martin?
And this is where I'm looking at this thing. And this brings us back to the Donovan Mitchell discussion, the whale discussion, all that. To me, Ira, I think the Heat will swing big. I know the Heat will swing big because Pat Riley always swings big. He always has a plan A, B, C, D, all the way down to like alpha and omega. But I think the thing in this case is it's hard to envision because of their contract situation on the books, them making more than one big move and bringing in more than one big money player. And so to me, it's you almost have to make a choice. Like if you're talking about a a John Collins, somebody who's going to be, pricey. Christian Wood, maybe not quite as much as you mentioned. Houston looking to move on. Jeremy Grant's a name, but like, what is more important to this team? Upgrading the 4 over PJ Tucker? Because I don't think you can make a move like that financially and circle back and bring back PJ Tucker, because then you'd be completely neglecting the scoring problem that you have on this team. So what's better? Upgrading PJ Tucker and bringing in one of those players, or finding a way to bring back PJ and going with a big, or going back and getting that score that you desperately need. And you have to make sure to look at this from a perspective of, how does Eric Spoelstra run this team? It's not, look, like I said, Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra have had this tug of war when it comes to big men, and Eric Spoelstra has won. That ain't changing. So, you can say, oh, they need to philosophically change what they do. Fine, that's a different discussion, but that ain't happening. So let's stick with the in the moment, what could potentially happen. Ira,
it's funny, but when you're talking about whale hunting and big game hunting and mega moves, which we've spoken about now through 2 segments of our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show, there's also the mega trade that might not involve any singular individual star. And Clay, I'm going to take you back to the 2005 offseason, when the Heat had a bunch of ancillary needs around the core of Dwayne Wade and Shaquille O'Neal. And remember what Pat Riley did when he went out and he made that trade. Remember the Grizzlies trade? And he went out and he got Antoine Walker.
Yep.
We need a scorer. We need a 3-point shooter, tippy-toe threes. We need a point guard. We need a backup point guard. We need someone to move the ball, Jason Williams. We need what we're talking about here, sort of a 3-4 defender lockdown type, James Posey. And Pat Riley took everything he had. Him and Andy went in the garage and they shoveled up every asset they could, including a beloved player in Eddie Jones. And they went out. And I think we shouldn't overlook that kind of move. Is there and I know these are hard, and when people pitch them to you, Clay, you summarily might dismiss them when we talk about, can they make a 4-for-3, a 5-for-4 trade? And you go, come on, people, it's a salary cap. There's so many moving parts there. This is the offseason when that kind of move might be the move instead. Instead of getting a Donovan Mitchell, Zach LaVine, Bradley Beal, Damian Lillard, you address multiple holes, just like that trade did. They got Antoine Walker as a scorer. They got the ball handler in Jason Williams. They got the defender in James Posey. So one, would he be willing to put Kyle Lowry into a deal like that? Because I think Jimmy, as much as he loves his friends, loves winning more. Yes. And Jimmy, who invented Tyler Tuesdays, all of a sudden, if he had to depart, get rid of Tyler, would deal with it if he was that much closer to a championship, because Jimmy loves winning more. So I think that's the kind of trade. And again, do not put me on the spot and go, well, who could they do that with? Because, then I'm running through and going to Sacramento's and I'm saying, can you do a Rashawn Holmes and a De'Aaron Fox and a package like that where you go, Holmes works for the power rotation. De'Aaron Fox gives you that score and gives you that Tyler Hero replacement value. Maybe Dante DiVincenzo is a sign and trade on a free agent. So I think instead of thinking singular mega trade, maybe we should think of it this way, almost for those listening horizontally, as just expanding the package to where you say, wow, Pat didn't get a superstar, a whale. But man, when he cast that net, he came up with a lot of really attractive halibut. Maybe we're looking in that direction instead.
Well, no, and I think you're right. And so this kind of goes with some of the questions that we're asking. I want to get to one because somebody asked about Bradley Beal. I think it may have been C-Dollar. Here's the thing with Bradley Beal. I had a date night with my wife last night. Nice. We look up, the Washington Mystics game is on, and there's Bradley Beal front row wearing a Washington Mystics jersey. And that's awesome, man. That's cool to see these players out there supporting the WNBA. And yet it gets back to the thing we've said and heard about Bradley Beal for a long time. This man's a potential impending free agent. He can opt out. And yet he's out there at a Washington Mystics game. He's not showing any sort of inclination that he wants out of Washington. Now, if he does, that changes the compass. But I think you contrast that with what you've seen from Donovan Mitchell in the last couple of weeks, which is, I don't know, like the Quinn Snyder thing. I always wanted it. Like, part of the reason I signed my rookie extension was because I wanted Quinn Snyder to be my coach, which, by the way, I don't buy for a second, because this gets us back to what you asked me before the break about Tyler Hero. Ira, I'm going to answer your question with a question. When was the last time that you heard of any first-year player turning down that extension? Any player on a rookie contract turning down that first extension? Can you remember it?
No, it always goes the other way. It always goes the team taking the risk of allowing a player to go to restricted free agency. We've seen that across the NBA landscape lately, where a team will take that chance and let I'm losing the Sun Center,
DeAndre
Ayton, whatever, and taking that chance, and now he becomes a restricted free agent. We've seen that before. But no, and a matter of fact, this dovetails to what you said about Bradley Beal. I think among the reasons Bradley Beal is offering his love for Washington and his love for the Mystics and his love for DC and all that is this. Washington also, if Bradley Beal opts out, can offer him $250 million on a new contract to stay also. So I think Bradley Beal, for as much as he might want to win, there's still plenty of players who go, $250 million, even with inflation, that seems pretty good also. So I think that he might be wed. He could say he's wed to the franchise, but I think he could also be wed to the contract because the contract will always be there. If you go somewhere else, you still can get traded and wind up not at the destination that you ultimately prioritize over the money anyway. That's where it seems like it's trending right now with Bradley Beal. But I do think Tyler Hero, this goes back to what we spoke about in our first segment today on the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show, is this. I do think Tyler Hero at least can preemptively put out there that if I am traded, I am not guaranteeing that I'm going to sign with the new team. Now, does that mean he's not going to take an extension? Probably not. Probably 95% that he's not going to do that, or you would go closer to 99%, Clay, and I agree with that, but he does have a card that he can play. All of this, threatening for a trade, forcing your way out, not accepting a trade, it's all a matter of, do you have a card you could put into play? That's all I'm saying is certain players have that they can put into play. If Bradley Beal goes back into his one-year deal and picks up the final year of his contract and Washington goes, great, now we can trade him, Bradley Beal can go, I'm a free agent next summer, team. Don't take your chances trading for me unless I can go to team A, B, or C. Mm-hmm. He has that he could put into play. That's a little bit of the difference. Tyler has that he could put into play. Well, if I'm traded, I ain't signing no rookie scale extension and I'm out of here next July. Other team, well, we don't believe you, but we sure as hell can't be caught in that position, in that situation. That's sort of what James Harden is right now with the Sixers. The Sixers are in a terrible spot of having to offer James Harden like almost $500 million. But if they don't and they get nothing out of that trade, even though James Harden ain't turning down that money, James Harden ain't turning down no money. He always gets his money and where he wants to get to also. But Tyler does have a little bit of a card he could put into play, even if it's only a threat. So at least he has that card he could put there and maybe drive off and maybe get a little bit more where he wants. But to sort of sum this all up also, if there's not a trade this offseason for the Heat with Tyler Hero, and maybe like we spoke about at the top of the show, running it back where you said, hey, all these other teams were injured also, so don't overstate the Heat being within 1 3-pointer of going to the NBA Finals. And I get that also. I'm not so sure the Heat will have another chip next summer to put into play. You'll have Kyle Lowry maybe going to the final year of his contract, but a lot of money for a player who's going to be turning 38. You have Bam Adebayo, who I still think will remain a cornerstone. Jimmy Butler, who will remain a cornerstone. And you won't have this promising young player. There is no one else in the pipeline. There have been no first-round draft choices since Tyler Hero because you played one of your chips already last summer with Precious Achiuwa. So what I'm saying is, and I agree with you and Big O, and it kills me to do that, is that this really is a summer because this is when you have a chance to have a chip to put into play. If you bypass that and Tyler gets into that 5-year extension, it becomes a hell of a lot harder to wind up trading a player in that situation also. So I do agree that critical mass time is here, maybe not only for this offseason, Clay, but maybe even for a couple of years going forward.
We're up against it, so I want to talk about this more after the break. But here's the other thing. I think the Heat saw this as this year played out. There's a real benefit to trading high as opposed to trading low. With Tyler Hero right now, you would be trading a lot higher than you did last offseason relative to what we saw in his performance last year versus this year. All right, so I want to get into the one name that Ira mentioned last week. that I think would be perfect for this team. Plus, a trade idea that somebody just mentioned in the chat that I love and I want to get your take on next, Ira.
Sounds good.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. So going through some of the questions in the chat here, we had a question about Victor Oladipo. Do the Heat bring him back? I don't see any way that happens. I don't want to say any way, but it looks extremely unlikely from my point of view. What say you, Ira?
Actually, I'm going to go what says John Hollinger, who did a valuation of all potential free agents and pending free agents. He had Victor Oladipo's number so low in the $3 million range that I think if there is a bargain price available for the Heat love to bring back guys who know the system, who are already ingrained, who they don't have to begin the whole culture process with again. So, Clay, I could see if the price is low enough, lower than, say, the taxpayer mid-level, they have his bird right, so they wouldn't have to use exceptions, I could see him coming back. So the question there would be this, Clay. If Victor Oladipo is stunned by his lack of value, his lack of market price, and is available at that number, would you feel comfortable bringing Victor Oladipo back, knowing that Victor is not getting what he wants and is sort of felt that he's shortchanged and worrying maybe about an attitude? So, yeah, I think if you can bring Victor Oladipo back for less than $6 million, which I didn't think was the case, but John Hollinger is a former Grizzlies executive. He has all his formulas. I trust him, certainly to a degree, maybe not to a $3 million degree. But I think if the price is right, I think they could. So I think it's a matter of this might be one of those things that happens later in free agency. When Victor Oladipo sees, I think it's like 5 teams with cap space, that dries up. And they see the teams with the full mid-level exception, maybe 10 teams, and that 10.3 dries up. Yeah, I could see the Heat cycling back to that. So, yeah, I think there's more of a chance if his price point really is as low as John Hollinger at the Athletic projects.
And that's why it's Ask Ira, not Ask Clay, because Ira has more information in there. Okay, so here's the trade. Here's the trade somebody mentioned that I really liked, although I'm not sure how possible it is because of what salary would have to go out and what player would have to go out. But it was posed, what about getting De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes? And I think to me, Ira, and if you do the math, wouldn't Kyle Lowry have to be a part of a deal like that?
And that's why I mentioned Sacramento in our last segment about the big trade. And could you do that? And can you get a De'Aaron Fox and a Rashawn Holmes and another player? And certainly Harrison Barnes could be, to go back to that analogy I made to 2005, it could be your Antoine Walker, and De'Aaron Fox would be your Jason Williams, and you can get a player for the Posey role. It could be that kind of player. And then remember, when that trade was made in the 2005 offseason, it's like, why is Pat Riley taking on other people's junk? And I can understand that, but sometimes you're building a team also. So while it's great to have a star, maybe Harrison Barnes starting over Max Strus would be enough in the starting lineup to give you a little bit more. Again, Harrison Barnes is not the Harrison Barnes of the Warriors, but Harrison Barnes of the Warriors, who is a third wheel or even a fourth wheel, fits a little different niche. So I could see that. So the question is, would you trade Kyle Lowry willingly? No. You'd want to try to give it another thing. But you have to have salaries that match. You have to be able to put packages together. Maybe you do need to shake this whole thing up. Maybe you come back next season with a lineup where you have De'Aaron Fox's energy coming off the bench, and maybe Tyler Hero proves to be more of a scorer and a more reliable jump shot, but you just need something a little bit different. Sometimes change could do it that way also. So I do find that interesting. And that's what I was trying to get to in our second segment here. You can listen to the podcast of the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show, is I do think that it might be the bigger, a lot of stuff deal where you and I are sitting here sometime in July and you're going, Ira, they didn't get a whale. Harrison Barnes, De'Aaron Fox, Rashawn Holmes, and like nothing excites you. But the entire package of it, I would argue then at that point, Clay, but it's a more complete and better rounded roster, because there were times this season where the Heat did have to rely, God bless them, on the Struces and on the Vincents and on the Caleb Martins, where maybe you upgrade each of those levels just enough to make a difference. So I do find that kind of package interesting, and I'm almost leaning more toward that, except for the caveat I gave before. When you start doing those multiple player deals and you have to get matching salaries in it, that's when it gets really difficult also.
Jose asks about Donovan Mitchell. We talked about him a lot the first couple of segments. And I think the reason why you're going to see a lot more Donovan Mitchell is not just the fact that, we saw the pictures the other day, but the Heat need a scorer. And so it's like Pat Riley talked about a whale before. If you see a superstar, throw him my way, blah, blah, blah. Well, it happens to match up with what the Heat's biggest need right now. It's not that they need a whale to win a championship. It's that they need a scorer. And when you look at the three guys whose names you hear over and over again this offseason that are the perceived whales, Zach LaVine, Bradley Beal, Donovan Mitchell, three scorers, three guys who are wing players, who are scorers that the Heat desperately need. So that's why I think it's extremely likely that Pat Riley shakes every tree to see if he gets one of those guys. If that doesn't happen, the guy that you mentioned last week that I've started to think more and more about that I think would just be a perfect fit on this team is Malcolm Brogdon. And when you start to look at the bigger trade, the poo-poo platter trade, as you called it, it's maybe who else can you get from Indiana, or what type of deal can you make with Indiana that wouldn't drain your assets, that you could use a couple of more assets to go out and get the James Posey type player, get the Antoine Walker type player.
Or you could expand the Malcolm Brogdon deal till now, and this isn't me, this has been on Hoops Hype and other places. Miles Turner's also been available forever in Indiana.
I just don't think that's what Spo wants to do. But
he's a stretchy four. He does have some athleticism. No, I'm not saying you're caught in the 1-4 pick and roll, and all of a sudden that you have Miles Turner guarding your point guard. Probably not optimal for how you want to play your defense. But again, I'm saying what we spoke about, if you're talking about the composite package kind of deal, is you can make a trade like that. You know, the Pacers have enough scorers and ancillary players that I think you can put together a package for a package deal with them. Another name I like, he's a free agent, might be a little over the mid-level, and he's coming off an Achilles, so we don't know. I like Joe Ingles. Now, I'm not saying that Joe Ingles necessarily is a power forward and can play up like that, but he's a tough guy and showed some toughness with Utah, and that could be another name also. Here's the problem. Unless we get a whale, you have people like Big O who are going to be droning on 5 days a week on his show how they didn't get the whale. But sometimes it's just the right fit piece. And I'll give you an example, Clay. Last summer, when the Heat got a guy by the name of PJ Tucker, you'd agree with me, no one was excited, right? Everyone was like, the guy averages 6 points a game. The Rockets were terrible, right? Right? Be honest. When they
defining. I love PJ, and I always have. But I looked at it differently. Like, man, that is like the ideal fit. And by the way, that's why I kind of bristle at any Miles Turner trade, Christian Wood. Like, I just don't see bringing in somebody like that. But no, it's getting away from your points. Go ahead and make your point. I like PJ Tucker, but I get your point. A lot of people didn't feel like it was a big enough swing to make this roster worthy of contending. Yes, I get what you're saying.
And yet it did. So it might be the kind of move where we poo-poo it all the way into camp, and then the light bulb goes off, and you go, that's what Spoelstra saw. Because all of this, like you mentioned at the top of the show, whether it was going big, all this is through Spoelstra's mind eye. And you've got to admit, he has almost always found a way to make it work with whatever he's given. And then as he's gotten, I don't want to say more powerful, but more input and personnel, he then can find players to put into his blueprint who can do, and he speaks about this often, who he can get more out of here than maybe someone got out of that player in another place. So to me, it becomes, at a certain point in your career, you also are what you are. Has Harrison Barnes gotten so used to the losing that that's just who he is right now? And that's a concern. PJ Tucker didn't. PJ Tucker was on Rockets teams that were right there to the conference finals, that he had some success before they just crap canned the whole thing in Houston and became a play for the lottery kind of team. So you have to look at players that way also. There's a Malcolm Brogdon in the case now from where he's been. He was in a good Milwaukee situation, but they decided because of his injuries that they should let him go and move in another direction. So you look at that also. Is this player on a winning course, or is this player just accepting salary and statistics instead? And you have to look at it that way. There will be players available for the Heat. There will be a move for them to get a scorer, TJ Warren, someone like that. There are players available. Is it enough for you, or can Spoelstra make it enough?
Okay, let me ask you this. The PJ Tucker situation, would you, numbers-wise, I don't know if you've crunched the numbers, so I don't mean to put you on the spot, but this is where I'd be okay with a trade like you mentioned. If you could find a way with your assets to get Malcolm Brogdon and Miles Turner and still find a way to bring back PJ Tucker, then I think that would kind of fit what you were saying.
But you absolutely can, because PJ Tucker, you don't have bird rights for, but you can give him what they call the non-bird exception, give him a 10% raise, give him a 2-year deal at 37 years old for $17 million. Probably as good as he's going to get anywhere anyway. His valuation, I think when John Hollinger did it, was around $6 million. So I think PJ, while he might have wanted more before, he realizes now at 37, if he can get that kind of money, so he opts out, he becomes a free agent. Oh my God, sky is falling. And then a week later, he's agreed to a 2-year non-bird, veteran minimum type of deal off of his contract. So he gets 2 years, $17 million, which some people might say, whoa, for a 37-year-old power forward, I might question that. So you can. Him and Vic, you could pretty much bring back without having to touch your exception. And if you're going to make a trade, it has to be dollar for dollar salaries. That'll be hard with a Malcolm Brogdon. So let me ask you this. Would you do a Malcolm Brogdon and Miles Turner trade if it cost you Kyle Lowry? Then all of a sudden, you got to question the point guard again, right?
Yeah, so that would be a no-go for me.
Okay, so that's the thing is, so all of a sudden your 2 point guards will be Malcolm Brogdon and Gabe Vincent, and you'd be where you were 2 years ago. Now, I know your chat, I'm sorry we're getting to the end of the show here, and then everyone will go, just bring back Goran. He's going to be a free agent, and at 37, you can have him back in the mix also. There are so many moving parts. It's not as simple as when you, me, and Big O talk about they should get player X. Whatever player X requires, there also could be an ABC. You can go to your Greek alphabet, Clay, and give us Omicron or whatever other letters you want there. There's going to be a lot of moving parts. Last summer, there were moving parts. There was not only Kyle Lowry, there was also the PJ Tucker deal and some ancillary moves. It's going to have to be, I think, the same thing. It's not going to be as simple as one move and we're done. I think it's going to be multiple moves.
So let's kind of put a capper on this thing.
Sure.
Pat Riley goes into every offseason, and there are multiple plans. By the way, I shouldn't say Pat Riley. It's the whole organization.
Absolutely.
I mean, Pat's obviously the face of it, but man, the amount of work that Simon and Ellisberg and Battier and everybody does behind the scenes to build this. There's always a plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. I do think swinging for a star would be plan A. Because I think if you were to get somebody like a Donovan Mitchell, not only are you finding a way to maximize the Jimmy Butler window, you're also hedging with the Bam Adebayo window. So like you would have the true number one in Donovan Mitchell, but for the next window, and you could build into the future with your undrafted free agents, your G League guys. I mean, you could spend the next decade surrounding Bam Adebayo and Donovan Mitchell with those types of players.
And you have first round picks the next 2 years. So you can give them also number 27 next Thursday and a first round pick, which you do have for sure in 23 as well.
So the next week I think is going to be really interesting though, because look, it's hard to envision something like this coming together this quickly. But I would think that whoever the Heat draft a week from tonight, that player would be fairly likely to be included in a deal if you have to end up going for a whale. If you decide to go for a whale, I think keep an eye on like who they draft. Would that player fit potentially in a Utah, in a Washington? Because there's a lot of moving parts, as you mentioned. And the thing the Heat have now, which they haven't had for a long time, is the ability to put a lot of draft picks together. And Ira, you know this as well as anybody. The asset base and what GMs love these days, what they covet, it's almost like the mystery door, almost more so than
the unknown. And also because they can flip those assets for other assets. Clay, this is the last time until I think 2028, the Heat are in position to offer 3 first-round draft choices in a trade. Then the Thunder trade locks in and you don't have that. And so to put a capper on this, next week we'll be back further with our first annual draft preview, in which Clay will give you all 58 picks through both rounds. But just to sort of put a bow on what you mentioned about the Heat maybe drafting for another player, the tell will come late Thursday night. Are the Heat flying the player in for a press conference on Friday to introduce him? Or is Tim Donovan, the PR chief, telling us, guys, we haven't decided when we're going to introduce our pick, so that's going to be on hold. I'll let you know. That'll let you know. The last thing you want to do is to have the player put on the Heat cap, sit next to Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra, and then 4 or 10 days later be dealt. So I think that will be the ultimate tell. Not when the Heat draft the player on Thursday, next Thursday. Not when the Heat, the player puts on that Heat cap. We've seen plenty of Heat players not with the right cap on draft night. But at the end of the day, is the player flying down tomorrow from Brooklyn for a press conference, or are we just going to sit back and see how this plays out? That will be your ultimate tell.
All right, and that is what we're going to look forward to for the next week. What you can look forward to after the break is more of the Big O Show. Thanks for hanging out with us.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's, properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
Great, you have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, yes, sir, man. It is bright and early. We're already starting hour number 3 here on the program. Boys did a great job. Although that first hour is really short. But anyway, welcome aboard, Sean Stanley, of course, the man that masters this thing every single day. The craziness that we're involved in every single day. Right, Alarmo? Alarmo's always ready for all the craziness every single day here on the program, and that's why he's here with us, man. It's a beautiful thing. Anyway, great job by the guys, and yes, Ira, I will be bitching and complaining that they've got to get that whale. And listen, the reason why the Heat have to get a whale, the window's now. We're not here to wait 2 and 3 years and 4 years down the line and all that stuff. The Dolphins have gotten to their point of development too. And the additions that they made this year, coaching and the players, it's to get them over the hump. It's not because we're here to wait 4 or 5 more years. No, this is a 9 or 10 win team the last 2 years. Mike McDaniel's job is to make them better. Well, right now for the Miami Heat, you're a star away from actually challenging the Celtics for this conference, challenging the Bucks for this conference, challenging the Sixers for this conference. I'm not worried about the Nets. But anyway, so you got to go out and improve now. So yeah, Ira's right. I will be bitching every day if they don't get that star, because while I love Butler the player, right? And you know what? I respect Lowry the player too. But those contracts, those things can explode on you like a loaded cigar. The back end of those contracts are going to be pretty bad probably. So you've got to take advantage now. And this year, this year you kind of put everybody together, and then we found out they were better than what we thought they were going to be, but they weren't good enough. And that's what you found out at the end of the year. Holy shit, Gabe Vincent can play. Wow, Max Strus is a starter. Man, I like this Caleb Martin kid. Hey, there's something there with Yurtseven. And then you got everybody else. But you found out you weren't good enough. You didn't have that star. And the Butler window, how much more mileage can you put on him? Okay? He already has his injuries. He's already wearing down. He breaks down. He can't play every game. And God bless him, nobody has a bigger heart than Jimmy Butler. But he needs that other star, and it's not Kyle Lowry. Even if he loses the weight, that's never been him. You don't count on Kyle Lowry to carry your team. He's a terrific point guard and a complimentary player. He tried to be a Batman or a Robin with DeRozan, and they failed every year. They couldn't get Toronto over the top, and they had to go out and trade for a real superstar. So Jimmy needs another star next to him. So that way he can alternate with him, and it takes a lot of pressure off of him. So hell yeah, I will be demanding a trade. And if they don't get it done this offseason, it's a major, major setback for the Miami Heat. They'll be good again next year, but they won't be championship caliber. Unless somehow or another Bam develops into what I don't think he can be anymore. Or Tyler wakes up and becomes, a star, not a six-man, but a star. If that happens, then maybe you got a shot. But I don't know if that's going to happen. That's why you can't roll the dice and bring it back. Bringing it back is not enough. So you have to get a deal done. Find a way to get a deal done. Improve this team. Get Donovan Mitchell. Get somebody. I don't know who, but get somebody. That's all. So you damn right I'll be complaining and I'll be bitching. Don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button, man. All right? Smash the hell out of that like button. It's very, very, very important. And by the way, I held off. I've only had water today. Got my AG1. You know, I have my AG1 every day. And I got to tell you, this thing, okay, not only does it taste great, okay, AG1 tastes just absolutely phenomenal, folks. And it's got 75 high quality vitamins, minerals. Folks, when we talk about AG1, it is a whole food source, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens. It's a great way to start your day, and it tastes great. And, you know, they send you a little bottle. I showed you the canister that you put your powder in and you refrigerate it, by the way. And as I always, and it does have, you know, a tiny bit of sugar also on top of all of that. And what I love, you know, AG1 has got a lot of things. This special blend here of ingredients, it supports your gut health, which, by the way, I need it, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, aging, all kinds of things. And this is why I need it, because last night I was actually working till 12:30 last night. And I obviously today's the early day of the show, so I had to wake up a little earlier. But this AG1 stuff, man, has just kind of given me this extra bit of life, and it's really good. And that's why, because I want to drink it in front of you, because some of you out there are like, oh, you know, are you really taking it? Because, you know, there are people that advertise, this car, like a Shaq doing Buick, and, you know, his ass doesn't drive a Buick. You know what I mean? It's like Tiger doing Buick, his ass don't drive a Buick. You know what I mean? So a lot of people advertise things, and they're really not doing it. They're just BSing you. So I'm going to drink my AG1 with you here. I'm not going to drink the whole thing in front of you because I want to tell you a little bit more about it, but I consume it every day. It is really easy. It tastes absolutely fantastic. It contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything, and it still tastes absolutely phenomenal. AG1 is absolutely great. And it supports better sleep quality and recovery. And I can tell you that now that I've been on it a little over a week, I'm starting to feel like last night I was wound tight, man. I was doing all kinds of plans and all kinds of stuff that I was writing yesterday. And I go, man, I'm going to sleep late and I got to wake up early. And somehow or another, I woke up this morning and the energy was there. It was just absolutely amazing. By the way, it costs less than $3 a day. Athletic Greens has over 7,500 5-star reviews, and they are a climate neutral certified company, which I love that. Okay, very important. And for every purchase, they donate to organizations to help get nutrients to nutritious foods, that is, to kids in need, including No Kids Hungry here in the U.S. So you want to get on board with me on AG1 right now? It is time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop of water every single day. That's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. So we're going to make it nice and easy for you. Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune supporting vitamin D, which is right here, by the way. Here's the bottle. And they're going to give you that, by the way. And also 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/big. Ow! It's always Big O, the code, okay? athleticgreens.com/big. Ow! And again, that's athleticgreens.com/big O to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutrition insurance. AG1, baby. athleticgreens.com/big O. Take advantage. I love it. AG1. And it tastes so good. I know you only have to drink it once, But I wish it was like a soft drink because I could actually drink it all day long. All right. Oh, I know you're a big dog person like me. I lost my beloved dog to cancer 2 days ago. Her name was Nala. Can she get a shout out? Love you, bro. Keep doing what you do. Well, bless you, Nala. You are an angel and you are now with the Lord because every dog is an angel. It is the Lord's angel. So make sure you take care of your dogs. All right. And sorry about that, Joey, man. I know that hurts. When we had to put down our golden retriever Pegasus because he had neck cancer. Oh my God, cried like a little kid, man. It kills me, you know. And and my dogs that we have now, we treat them like they're kids, man. So it's just crazy, man. So bless you, my brother. Rest in peace to Nala. Is it Nala? Yeah, it is Nala, right? Okay. Yes, Nala. Sucks. It's one of those where those of us that love dogs and we're dog lovers, it alters our lives. You know what I mean? When we lose our dogs. It's just one of those. We know we're going to lose them. That's the worst part about it, right? Because you know they're not going to outlive you. And you know you're going to have to go through it. You know what I mean? Like you look at that, I look at my dogs and I go, man, I don't look forward to the day that you pass away. You know, it's just one of those things because they provide so much love every day. They make you feel so good every day. They improve the quality of your life every day. It's, you know, dogs are priceless, man. They just are. Athletic Greens, baby. It's really easy to set up. Shake it, get it ready. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. I love it. And see, you don't see me like, oh my God, I got to wash it down. Oh my God, it tastes good. Oh, it tastes great. athleticgreens.com/Big O. You're going to feel a difference because, you know, it took a couple of days to kind of kick in. And then once it kicks in, you start feeling the energy and it's kind of, you know, gives you a little bit more of a, I don't know, it's like a vibe. Anyway, so there you go. I wonder what Big O would be like if he mixed his AG1 with Edge energy drink. That I'll have later on in the evening when I'm watching the Okie game tonight. Maybe a little Grey Goose and a little Edge energy drink. Which, by the way, remember myedgedrink.com. Use our code Big O. You'll get 10% off if you want a great energy drink. Only 78 calories. Also. So there you go. So I will have some Edge in me very soon. Let's see. What else do we have here? What else do we have? Big O, does it give you the runs? No, not at all. No runs. No, man. No, it's you're eating something that's all good for you, bro. It's not made of any kind of crap or chemicals or anything like that. No, and it tastes really good. That's the amazing part. That it's like some people would think, oh God, it's healthy. Oh, then it's gotta taste. No, they actually blended it the right way. I love it. All right. Morning, Big O. Been a few weeks since I've been on the corporate weasels bosses. I've been on my shoulder, LOL. Question, what's your thoughts on Gesicki getting an open middle of the field? I expect Gesicki to have a good year is what I expect. But the Gesicki thing is kind of an unknown in a way because I expect him to do his job as a pass catcher. I don't know if he's going to be there as a blocker yet, right? Because that's the one thing he needs to improve. And I know they're going to need that kind of effort from him for the offense to work, right? Because then you're going to have to use other guys. And you don't want to start seeing Hunter Long and Durham Smythe playing more because they're blockers. That doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? So you've got somehow or another, It's a twofold thing. I know Gesicki can play the offense, but the question is, can he also be an asset to help them in the run game? And if they're dedicated to the run game, well, then it's something that you got to do. You know what I mean? So we'll see. It's an unknown to a certain extent with Gesicki, and that's probably why he doesn't have a new contract, because they've got to see him in this offense now. And I'm sure he's been watching, like I think he actually mentioned it earlier in the offseason that he's been watching a lot of George Kittle and what they do. And we know that, there are certain things in the blocking game that Kittle does that he can't do, Let's see. You need to bring a retired Dolphin on here and tell them to give us their opinion on the team. T-Bone, you know what you need to do? You need to just go and ask questions and stuff. Don't go trying to tell me what the hell to do on the show. So if you didn't know, that's like one of the rules on this show. Don't need your help, my brother. Need your support. Don't need you to tell me what to do on what we're going to bring on. And right now, there's nothing to talk about. Nothing at all. Nobody's played a game. Nobody's played anything significant in football. There's nothing going on right now. There's nothing to talk about. There are no issues. There's nothing negative. There's nothing going on to talk about. The only thing that there's to talk about right now with the Miami Dolphins, the only thing you should be talking about is that there's a great buzz, a great feeling. I love what they did this offseason. I love the pieces that they added. I really like this coaching staff. By the way, good job by the Fish Tank interviewing the coach. He's a likable dude. But the bottom line is there's nothing to talk about right now. It's just a whole bunch of bullshit that people are making up to try to, create some negative talk for Tua or slam Tyreek because he complimented his quarterback or whatever it is. It's just stupid shit that goes on right now. There's no football being played. There's no significant anything being done on the football side. No free agency, no trades, no practices, no injuries, no arrests, no nothing. There's nothing to talk about right now. So what am I going to bring anybody on to talk about hot air? We're going to start bringing people on when the season starts. Then I'll bring current players on, former players on, all kinds of stuff. We'll change it. But right now, there's nothing to talk about. So when there's football being played, then we'll talk about it. Meanwhile, just support the show. It's what we really appreciate. Let's see. As a New England guy, I want the summer to go by slow by looking forward to late July. Rosendo says, rule number 1, this is the Big O radio show. Do not tell Big O what to say. Or rule 2, follow rule 1. And rule 3, just enjoy the ride. I like that one. Big O, which sports team do you think will win a championship first? You can't say another, right? Because the Panthers haven't won one yet. Inter Miami hasn't won one yet. So we can't say another for them. Wow. It's the Heat. The Heat's the closest to the championship right now. I don't think the Kings are a championship caliber team this year. Maybe Cristobal can get them in a couple years. That might be a nice target for them. But the Heat is probably the closest team to a championship because we don't know Mike McDaniel yet. As much as I like him and I like his philosophy and I love his philosophy, actually, because I think it's what helps any quarterback be successful. If you're truly dedicated to the run and you know how to craft the plays and set them up, I think you can become a quarterback's best friend. So, but he has to get it done. And the Panthers are nowhere near a title. They don't have the people at the top. They have the team. They've got to get the coach, and they've got to get the star at the top. They've got to get that sumbitch. If they don't get him this offseason either, by the way, that's the question right now. Forget about who's going to win a championship first. Forget about the silliness. Oh, bring on a former player to talk about nothing going on in football. That's the challenge right now in South Florida. Here we go. Here we go. Who will get that star first? Bill Zito or Pat Riley? And if only one of them gets it, only one has a shot at a title. Because if you bring back this Heat team, we will have a very good season. It'll be fun to watch. They're not winning a title. If you bring back this Panther team, they'll be fun to watch. They'll win a bunch of games. They're not winning a title. So the race, the real race, is between Pat Riley and Bill Zito. And I hope it becomes a tie, that they both get their stars. So that way the Heat and the Panthers can get over the hump and win a Stanley Cup or a Larry O'Brien trophy. Okay? That's the real race going on right now. Which general manager for the Miami Heat or the Florida Panthers grabs that star to put their team over the top? The Panthers don't have it. And they're up against the cap, as George Richards told you yesterday. I don't give a shit. Find a way. Dump some salaries. Get rid of some guys. Go get a star. You need a star that can carry this team. You need some guy that's got balls that don't fit in the building, that is a badass. They don't have that. Barkov is one hell of a player, not a badass. Huberdeau, not even close to being a badass. Hell of a player, not a badass. Jimmy Butler is a badass, but he needs another one next to him, and they don't have it with the Miami Heat. So the real race in this town is between Pat Riley and Bill Zito, because those are the teams that are closest to a title. And those are the teams that know they only need one thing. Like when you get Edge energy drink, and you know it's a great energy drink, right? myedgedrink.com. But you want to put a little extra spice to it. Go get a little Grey Goose, a little Tito's. And then you take it over the top and you say, now I'm ready for the nightlife. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm ready to hang out. That's what you need. They've got the Edge. Well, you know what? No, I'm sorry. They've got the vodka. Okay, right now Jimmy Butler is the Tito's. All right, and Barkov and Huberdeau are probably a Grey Goose, right? So you need to get rid of probably the Huberdeau Grey Goose and go ship it for the Edge. Okay? And Pat Riley needs, he's got his Tito vodka named Jimmy Butler. His name is not Jimmy. His name is Tito now. And he needs to go find the Edge so he can put together the perfect drink. So we're going to find out whether Pat Riley or Bill Zito can get the Edge. Because if they don't get the Edge, they don't win the title. Okay? And I'm sorry, Heat Nation, Panthers Nation, I'm sorry to be a bummer. I'm sorry to be a negative Nelly, right? Because that's what you do when you don't hear what you want. Oh, he's always negative. Okay? You don't get that star, Miami Heat, you will not win a title. You don't get that star, Florida Panthers, you're not winning a title. Simple. It's not, the equation is not hard to figure out. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. All right? Now, you're a blind-ass fan if you think bringing back any of these two teams is going to win you a title. You'll have a hell of a year. You'll be entertained. There will be no championship. So that's your race. Bill Zito or Pat Riley. I'm not even going to ask the question because Zito doesn't have the track record of Pat Riley. Because if I ask the people on the chat board right now, who's the GM that's going to win that race? Got to win that race. That is going to get that start. Pat Riley is going to there's 165 right now in the chat. 160 of them are going to say Pat Riley. 5 people might say Bill Zito because Zito's not going to have the track record of the man. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Anyway, that's your race, baby. That's your race. By the way, Sean, 3 in a row. How about that? Red hot with our KSDT. Oh, I'm sorry. The liquor split matchup of the night. We hit 3 in a row. Last night we told you, take the Marlins plus 1.5 runs, right? That's what it was yesterday. Let me look at it again to make sure that that's what I picked yesterday. I'm like 1,000% sure. Yes, exactly. Phillies were favored by 1.5, and I told you that if they would lose the game, maybe it'd be a 1-run game, but they could win this game. Now, the one thing I was wrong, I thought Trevor Rogers would pitch better. He didn't pitch as bad as his last outing against the Phillies, but it wasn't good enough overall. But that was a wacky-ass game back and forth with all the runs and the clutch hits and Jazz Chisholm, by the way, another home run. That was nice to see. Aguilar hit a home run, hit his 9th. Chisholm hit his 13th. That was fun to watch. They got a 105 first pitch today. Kyle Gibson is on the mound for the Phillies. I still have no idea who's on the mound for the Marlins. I did not see it this morning. I don't know if any of you saw it out there. Overall, I did not see it this morning. Do you know, Sean, who's pitching for the Marlins finally tonight, or are they going to do one of those hodgepodge where they have several guys pitch? So I have no idea there in that sense. Now, I do know this. I have our liquor split matchup of the night.
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the liquor split matchup of the night.
All right, time to talk about our liquor split matchup of the night. Tonight starts the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. We're going to try to make it 4 in a row now with our liquor split matchups of the night. We have won 3 straight. We were in a terrible rut, but we're getting back on track tonight at 8:00 on ABC at the Ball Arena. The Lightning and the Avalanche. The line is the Avalanche are favored by 1.5 goals. The over and under is 6 goals. The Lightning are plus 130 in the money line. Avalanche minus 160 in the money line. Braden Point, by the way, is practicing with the team. He may play tonight. I was reading an article that they thought that if he doesn't play tonight, there's a good chance he'll play in game 2. George Richards thought that maybe if he doesn't play in the first couple games on the road, that he'll then play at Tampa. But here's my thing. If he's practicing with the team, he's on the road with the team, I think there's a chance he does end up playing. This Lightning team has gotten to this point without Braden Point. I think they're going to get better by adding a guy like Braden Point. Now, you're probably going to have to ease him in a little bit, but I got to tell you something. The Lightning know they're on the cusp of history. They know they've got a great chance at becoming a dynasty, something that is rarely ever happening in sports. I know we've seen it with other teams. Hasn't happened in hockey in a long time. So Tampa can do something incredibly special. They are clutch. They got guys that are just absolutely fearless in these kind of moments. If Vasilevsky comes out and is the wall that he appears to be at times, I like the Lightning here. I'm going to take the 1.5 goals because I think they can win this game tonight, but worst case scenario, maybe they lose a really close one by 1.5 goals or something like that, and then it's over. I know with the empty netters and all that, it's kind of risky, But I almost kind of like the Lightning to surprise them in game one tonight. Right? Because there's a lot of hype going on. I mean, Avalanche is minus 165. So I kind of like the Lightning to surprise here. And I would not be surprised if Point ends up playing. Hey, man, you got one shot at being, a dynasty. You've been saving Point to this moment. Do it. I'm taking the 1.5. I'm going with the Lightning, baby. That's our liquor split matchup of the night.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download then tap that app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
There we go. Don't forget, folks, to smash the hell out of that like button. And by the way, if you want to join our family, your business wants to join our family and promote your business and support our platform as we continue to grow for South Florida fans all over the world. Our business line, it's not a request line. It's not to talk, sports or anything like that. This is strictly if you want to be a sponsor of the show. And you want to bring the show on the road. Maybe your business is in somewhere in this state or somewhere in the country or out of the country. I am dying to see who is going to be the first sponsor that brings us out of the country to go do a show. That is going to be amazing when that happens. Business line, by the way, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664 if you want to reach out to us on the business line. Of course, if you're out of the country and maybe the line is a little, too much, then you can reach out to us on email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Actually had another Dolphin bar reach out to us yesterday, and we shall see. It's up in the Ocala area, actually. So we shall see. We could be doing something up there. Alcantara tonight? Is it? Didn't he just pitch like 2 nights ago or 3 days ago?
On ESPN, they still got undecided, but I saw in the chat somebody said, where was it at? Daniel Castano, which I think might be more than Alcantara.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Pitched the other night. So
yeah, Alcantara. It can't be Alcantara. He just pitched.
I mean, they've got some pitchers out right now, so they may be juggling the thing. He may pitch on less rest, but I doubt it.
No.
You don't pitch Alcantara.
Let me give you Dikembe Mutombo right now, okay? No. No, that won't happen. Let me tell you something. He pitches Alcantara on short days rest, and I will be calling for his job. That's what I would do, okay? You treat Sandy like the king that Budweiser made him with that throne. Okay? That's how you treat Sandy. There's none of that short rest stuff with that guy. We're not in the World Series, okay? All right? That's when you tell Josh Beckett, I'm sorry. Right, it was Josh Beckett, right? Yeah. That's when you tell Josh Beckett, I need you to do this. That's when you tell Oral Hershiser, I need you to do this. Okay? That's when you do those kind of things. You definitely don't do that now. That's for damn sure. I'd lose it, bro. Absolutely lose it if they would do that to Alcantara. I doubt they would, anyways. I'm gonna look here to see if there's anything new. what he says also, just like you, Sean. Let's see. What else do we have on the yes, Sean?
I think you might have frozen for a moment. I was about to come on because you were just
really?
sitting there looking at me and then you started talking. So I don't know if it was just my computer or if everybody's froze, but
so I don't know when did I freeze?
you said, let me check this out, and then you just sat there.
Oh, okay.
I honestly thought you were still looking for something. Then I was like, yeah, it's been a little while since I've seen him move. So
Oh no, yeah, no. I was just looking up to see if there was any news on that, and I know we'll have Craig Mish at 1:00, so we'll get the Mishmeister. Maybe he'll give us some nuggets on that. But maybe you're right about Castano. That probably is the guy that's going to start.
that was in the chat. Let me give the proper. Who was it? Andy Rivas, I think, was the first that said throughout the Castano.
Right, that's who I read Revis's text there. So, all right, we'll see. We'll see if hey man, they're playing better baseball since the meeting. So let's go. Let's have more meetings. And please pick on Jazz Chisholm more. I have no problem with that. I want more Jazz is what I want. Like I'm going, what's all this Jazz? Are you kidding me? What is this? Granny of 17 gets married to 24-year-old man, and they're ready to have a baby. Oh, God. Wow. Okay. Pull up a tweet, Sean, that says Mirror World News. That's the Twitter handle. And pull up the picture of this dude kissing a grandmother of 17, this 24-year-old. And they're ready to have a baby. That is that's like what's beyond cougar? What's after cougar? What is it when you're like super old and you're going for somebody super young? Right? What is it? You tell me. What is the what is the term that they use? All right. What is the term that they use? Wait till you see it. Sean, by the way, I don't know if you need a barf bag. I don't know if you've had breakfast this morning. But if you have, my brother, big O, the heart wants what the heart wants. Hey, bro, that's no. No. A mummy. She looks like a mummy. Wait till he brings up the picture. It looks like a mummy kissing the guy. I hate to be cruel, but that's a lioness. I don't know. It's a saber tooth, a predator, a dinosaur. She doesn't look like Suzanne Summers or Sophia Loren. No thanks. Well, there you go. You got to enlarge it for them, Sean. Oh, God. That's what came across the wire right there, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Love is in the air. Yeah. The Love Boat promises something for everyone. The Love Boat. Oh, honey, thank you for the honey. Come here, honey. Look at this. No, you don't want to see it. I guess she was hearing in the background. Ah, Lordy, that was. I told you that one of you that said mummy. I told you she kind of looks like a mummy. Yeah, that's a vulture. She's, if she's rich, he's still like, I don't know. There's not enough money, man. I money's not gonna make me that happy. I'm sorry. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm feeling horny and like, oh, go to the coffin. I'll be there in a minute. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no. Do they make love in a crypt? Is it called love? Is the question? Wow. Damn. I'm telling you. Sweet Jesus, I've been traumatized. Ray just says, I don't care how much money she has. I could never kiss that. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. She must be a Bitcoin millionaire. Not even that for me. Oh, man. Ah, I don't even think Red Recover can save her. Oh, Lordy. That is crazy stuff. By the way, speaking of Red Recover, today on the show, Matt Verderam will be joining us at 11 o'clock with the redrecover.com huddle. We'll be going around the NFL. We got a lot of things to talk about with Matt. We may not have a lot of crazy stories or anything. Isn't it nice, by the way, that the Dolphins aren't involved in any of this garbage? It's so good, man, that our off season is not about DUIs and about quarterbacks and massages and Baker Mayfield at odds with his team, and Kyler Murray's contract is a topic. I mean, I can bounce around the NFL, and there's all kinds of issues with teams, and we don't have any. We're just waiting for the football season and to find out if everything falls into place on the football side. But there is no circus. It's awesome. So we'll talk to Matt Verderam in our redrecover.com huddle segment. Jordan Schultz, we got the Schultz Report brought to you by redrecover.com at 12:30. And speaking of Red Recover, I tell you all the time about Red Recover. I've been telling you about it for a while, but now I've been mentioning the name. And this is the hat that I've been using to grow my hair back. And this is the hat that not only helps me grow my hair back, but also it goes deep into your skull. It also helps with blood flow too. So that helps brain activity and everything. It's a beautiful thing, man. And redrecover.com has got all kinds of different things, especially for pain. It is enormous for pain. My man Sean is now using it for his knees. He's got some bad knees. When you jump planes for a living, in the Marines, your knees might get bad. And wrestling, I'm sure, too. He twisted those things up. So he's been using Red Recover, and he's bone on bone, folks. It promotes faster muscle recovery following your workouts. It expedites healing time from sprains and strains. And that's why pros, amateurs, and recreational athletes use Red Recover. Hayden Hurst, tight end for the Cincinnati Bengals, he uses Red Recover as part of his daily program to optimize performance on Sundays. And you can check out his testimonial at redrecover.com. They've got an email there. Go to contact us if you want to find out about the hat. The hat will not be on the website because I think it's in back order, but maybe you can put your name on there so you can start to get it if you want when it does come in. Red Recover, by the way, is wearable red and infrared wraps, and with 3 different light wavelengths to help you optimize recovery and performance. Red Recover is 100% natural with no side effects. Go to redrecover.com or on Instagram, red.recover, and use the discount code. You know what it is, Big OW, to get 10% off. Shoulder pain, neck pain, knee pain, ankle pain, you name back pain. They can help you with all kinds of pain. Redrecover.com. Use the code Big OW. And there you go. You'll get 10% off of your purchase. All righty. Let's see. What else do we have here? Can't unseen the photo. I'm traumatized now. It is. T-Bone, man, that cap's not going to grow anyone's hair. T-Bone, I've already shown how it grows my hair. T-Bone, do you want to get blocked? Because it just seems like you're just a fucking asshole. Is that what it is? You know what, bro? I don't even need to tolerate this idiot. That's it. Let's get the hell out of here, bro. Just get lost. You're just a troll, dude. You know what I mean? It's just one stupid ass comment after another. Just get lost, bro. Now you can only watch, and now you won't be able to comment ever again. You want to go open another account, you'll be an asshole again, and I'll just get rid of you. You know, it's just like we don't need people like this on the show. You're not helping the show. Okay? You're not helping the show at all. So now you can just watch. People really don't need you on the chat board, my brother. You know, trolls are not really, it's like some people they like to leave the trolls there. I'm not leaving the trolls there. So, see you. Get lost, fool. Even if she was richer than Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk combined. No, I'm with you, Ragin. There's nothing I could ever do. Ever. Let's see. Not today. I hope Brian shows up now. I don't know who's that. I don't know who Brian is. I have no idea. By the way, at 11 o'clock, we got Matt Verderam joining us on the program. By the way, I have a new hero. When we talk about when we talk about what's it called, bouncers, you know, bouncers, they have a very difficult job. And a lot of times bouncers have to deal with idiots, you know, and then you've got to kind of, you know, put them in their place, right? And so this ex-boxer named Julius Francis, he's in the UK, and, you know, I got to dedicate something to him. A. Lenny Locksmith locks it down here in South Florida, your 24-hour locksmith, also in Central Florida. And we have something called the lockdown segment. And if you want to be a bouncer, okay, I want you to learn from Julius Francis how to be a bouncer, because that man has it locked down.
Time to lock it down. The Lockdown is brought to you by ALennyLocksmith.com. Services in South Florida from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, ALennyLocksmith.com locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Here's the Big O to tell you what needs to be locked down.
Be a bouncer, all right? I want you to grab this video and I want you to save it for the rest of your life, all right? For those of you out there that you're striving to be bouncers, you want to go down to South Beach, you want to go down to Las Olas, right? You want to, you're a tough guy, you're a strong muscle guy, former judo, karate, cop, football player, whatever, and you want to do a little extra work, or maybe that's your thing. I got a buddy of mine that loves being a bouncer. Now, it helps that you're 6'5", 275 pounds. Very few people are going to F with you. You know what I'm saying? So that always helps out in a big time way. But this guy, all right, this guy had to deal with some idiot getting out of control. And you're going to see it. I'm going to play the video for you. You're going to watch it now. And I want you to see how Julius handled this moron, okay? And I have no problem with this, but you tell me how you feel it was handled, getting out of control, you see here. All right, and then there's several guys. This is one of the bouncers. These are other bouncers. There's another one over here that's going to come into the picture, which is Julius, by the way, okay? So follow it, and you'll see what happens, and you'll be able to hear. but this man has it locked down. They're trying to one guy's trying to calm down, trying to separate it. This guy with the glasses. This is Julius right here. I think he already pushes this guy. See, here's Julius now. He's making his way around. This is Julius here. He fought Mike Tyson in 2000. This guy right here. So now he's coming around the gate. Now Julius is behind him over here. Now look how he wants to come at him. Boom. One punch. See, but this is the part I hate. Now these people are like, why? He needed to get punched earlier than this. Look at that.
There was no need. No need.
No, there was all need. There was all need. Okay? Let's watch again. Here we go. One more. Come on, Julius. There's Julius coming around. He sees him. So now he thinks he's a tough guy. Boom. And boom. And come on, one more. And boom. I love it. That's how bouncers should be. See, that guy deserved what he got. Now, the police apparently are investigating. No arrests have been made. No arrests should be made. None. That idiot, and people tried to calm him down, and he kept going. See, the problem is you're never the toughest guy in the world. There's always going to be somebody tougher than you. So be careful. You know, some of you guys out there are tough guys and you want to go challenge everybody and all that. You might win a bunch of fights, but eventually you're going to lose one. And you're going to run into the wrong dude. You ran into a dude that fought Mike Tyson back in 2000. And all he had to do was just unload one punch on your ass and you were gone. Lights out. And now you're a meme for the rest of your life. Now you're a joke for the rest of your life. And this is how you're going to be remembered. Yes, it was in the UK, Topher. It was beautiful. I loved it. That's the lockdown segment. That's how you lock down being a bouncer.
The Lockdown is brought to you by ALennyLocksmith.com. Lockouts are lock changes for home or business, car key replacements and programming, all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them anywhere in South Florida at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at ALennyLocksmith.com where we lock it down.
By Julius Francis. Dizzy says, I grew up fighting and won most, but have absolutely lost. There's always somebody tougher than you, man. Always. And it's like, why are you challenging bouncers too? Because you got to figure, like I said, right? You're an ex-cop, ex-boxer, I don't know, you judo, karate, whatever. Usually people that become bouncers have a little history. Like Sean's a wrestler. Like he probably, did you ever do any bouncing in your days, Sean? Because you would be an ass-kicking bouncer back in your day. Did you?
At one point I was, yes.
There you go. See? Typical tough guys. Like, why do you want to go after a bouncer? That's why they hire them. Because they're tough guys. You're going to say something, Sean? Oh. I mean, it's just like, and there were a couple big dudes there, not just Julius, but damn, dude. Yeah, you got what you deserved. That's all I got to say. One punch, baby. That's it. Big O, as they say, there's always someone for anyone. Amen to that. It was funny. It was fun. It was hilarious, actually. I laughed my ass off on that one. It was one of those things that, Got to give him props. All right, give me a couple minutes here. 1 hour. Hour number 3 is done. Matt Verderam will join us here at the top of the hour. Sean Stanley is driving the program. Back with more. Hour number 3 of the Big O Radio Show is next.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Red Recover can maximize your efforts by potentially improving cellular metabolism, blood circulation, and muscle recovery. Evolve your training and step into the new era of muscle recovery. Red Recover.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's huddle up with Fanside National NFL reporter Matt Verderam. The huddle is brought to you by RedRecover.com. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment anywhere you go. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about Red Light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's NFL reporter Matt Verderam.
There it is. All right, now I had to turn on the mic. That would help, actually, Matt, if you turn on the mic. Good morning, my brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I am doing great, my man. You know, I was watching this this article or reading this article about Kyler Murray, and Kingsbury was, being asked about, because obviously they haven't agreed to a deal, and I guess this will be the segment of quarterbacks and contracts. And so they said, well, we're about to make him, I'm sure, the highest paid Cardinal in history. And let me tell you something. I'm a Kyler Murray fan. I'm a believer in the guy. I only had one doubt with him, and can he stay healthy at his size? Because I was always worried that if they whacked that kid the right way, he's out for a while because he's not a big guy, but he has shown me that his wheels, he has that Warwick Dunn-Barry Sanders knack that you just don't get a clean shot on his ass. You know what I mean? Because they are that cat quick that they're able to shift and all that kind of stuff. But here's the question I have for you. Okay, you have no choice. You have to pay him. He's your franchise guy, all that. Has he earned it yet? Like, while I like him, and I think he's a real passer, unlike Lamar, who I still think Lamar is an athlete trying to play the quarterback position, I think Kyler is a real quarterback, like Russell, that brings the athleticism to the quarterback position. But if you really look at his numbers, he really hasn't broken through yet. So it's kind of interesting. You're in that catch-22 that you got to pay him, but you're still paying him on potential, aren't you?
You are. Look, I think it's fair to say that at this point, Kyler Murray is intriguing. He's fun to watch, but what has he really accomplished at the NFL level? I mean, you could point to, well, he's gotten to 2 Pro Bowls, which, okay, that's fair. In 3 years, 2 Pro Bowls, you could certainly do a lot worse. They got to the playoffs last year for the first time. They got blown out. Right. There were reports afterwards that he wanted out at the end of the game, that he didn't want to finish the game with his team, which, if that's true, that's a big problem. Yeah. That won't play in the locker room. Then you also look at they and he have gone downhill as the year has gone on each of the past 2 seasons. He has been hurt. Last year missed some time. If I were the Cardinals, I would not pay him this offseason. I wouldn't. I would let him play out this upcoming year. Now, that's not to say that I don't think eventually they'll extend him, but I do worry about his eyes, and I do worry about if he can withstand the punishment now of what is a 17-game season.
There's no doubt he can't stand the punishment. He's just been great at avoiding the punishment, which is amazing.
But and the question is, like, well, when does that bill come due? Because it's coming due at some juncture. Like, this is the NFL. You're at some point going to get popped like a paper bag. It's just going to happen. And again, if I'm the Cardinals, like, I have all the leverage. I think it's a different era now, whether it's the NFL or the NBA, where it always feels like, well, whatever the player wants, they get. Well, if I'm the Cardinals, if I'm Steve Keim, the GM, I'd be like, I have all the leverage in the world. You have 2 years left on your deal. I could tag you twice. I'm not paying you yet. I think he's very good, but things change quickly in the NFL. Last year, at this time, everybody thought the Browns were going to extend Baker, and so they give him $40 million a year. And then last year happened, and now Baker is dead weight on that team. So now, do I think that's going to happen in Arizona? No. But the Cardinals, for me, why are you in a rush? I would let him play it out, let him prove it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. That's the interesting part. But I think and here's the other one. When you do commit to that guy, you now limit how good you can be. Man, you better be great at drafting from there on out, because we've watched when you paid Flacco, they couldn't recover. When you paid Russell Wilson, it was hard for them to maintain. They ended up losing what they had in the Legion of Boom. And so in a perfect world, remember, they got that first championship before they had to pay Russell.
Right.
So in a perfect world, that's what the Dolphins are trying to do right now. They're trying to strike lightning in a bottle, and that's why they were so aggressive offensively this offseason, because they know they need to find out if Tua is the guy in the next 2 years before they're forced to actually pay him. So they want to make sure before we give him that contract and limit everything else we can do, we got to make sure. And that's the problem right there with the Cardinals. You still don't know if he's the guy or not. As much as I may like him as a quarterback, that doesn't mean jack, dude. He may not be the guy when it's all said and done. That's the major risk. Once you give him that money, Matt, flexibility's, now all of a sudden you've got very little of it now.
It's gone. And look, that's also why you've seen the Chargers spend a ton of money this offseason, because after this year, they're going to pay Justin Herbert. I mean, that's coming.
That's right.
They're going to pay him. The Bengals, at some point, they'll be paying Burrow probably after this year. And then you start looking at, okay, well, can they keep Jesse Bates? Can they keep T. Higgins? like when you do that, like you can always keep a couple of, like they'll keep Jamar Chase, they'll keep guys like that. They'll keep, but you can't keep that entire group together. We've seen that now. We're talking about Miami, Tyreek Hill. The Chiefs made a business decision that they felt like they got the best years out of Tyreek Hill, and they traded him for a bunch of picks who are going to turn into young, cheap players and theoretically talented players who will be part of that team for the next 5 years. The Chiefs also let Tyrann Mathieu go because they said, you know what, we can sign Justin Reed. He's younger. The contract's a little more pliable. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're wrong. We're going to find out. But, the Bills are about to experience that. The Bills just paid Josh Allen. Now, his contract's not that bad this year, but it explodes next year.
Next year, right?
They're paying him, Von Miller, Deion Dawkins, Matt Milano, Stephon Diggs, Tre'Davious White. Jordan Poyer's probably not getting paid. Like Micah Hyde's probably on his last deal in Buffalo. Yeah. Tremaine Edmonds, I don't know. I don't know if he gets paid. Like, you start coming into this problem where you can't pay everybody. And, you're right. With the Cardinals, they got about another year or two of that, depending upon how they go with Kyler. But then that's it. Like that. Then if you pay him, then you have to watch other guys walk out the door. And right now, that roster's not in a place where they can go win a Super Bowl. I mean, they're decent, they're respectable, but they're not. I don't think anybody looks at the Cardinals and thinks they're going to win 13 games this year. So they've got a lot of work to do in Arizona.
All right, let me move over now to the weirdest situation. Not the Browns. That's just a completely twisted situation.
Yeah.
Let me go to Baltimore, and let me go to the East Coast. And I got to tell you something. I think the Ravens got themselves a break. Because if this kid had real representation, he would have been paid 2 years ago, and he would have taken the money at that point in time on the peak. Now he had a down year. And listen, I've never been a believer of the kid. I don't think you can win like this long term. If you can't beat people from the pocket, which he's an athlete, so he'll make some throws that will wow you every once in a while. But can he do it consistently? No, he can't. And he proves it all the time in the playoffs. Once they shut the run down, it's up to his arm, and he doesn't have the accuracy to get it done. So the way he played last year, that it was, 13 and what is it? Let's see, where is it here? I have it. Here we go. 16 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. His rushing numbers, 6.9, 6.3, 5.8. They've gone down 3 straight years. His rushing totals, 1206, 1005, and now 767. And he's getting beat up now at this point. I don't know if you agree with me or not on this, but I think the Baltimore Ravens got themselves a break. Because now this kid has this misconception that he wants to gamble on himself. And he didn't play well last year. And I don't think he's good enough passer to kind of get through it. And I think the league is starting to figure him out a little bit. I think the Ravens are going to have a decision at the end of this season to say, Lamar, we're way apart on the kind of money you want and the kind of money we're willing to pay. And I think Lamar is going to struggle to find a home because you will have to completely design everything around him to be that offense. He can't play in a traditional offense. I think the Ravens got a break 2 years ago. Your thoughts on that?
I think it's really interesting. There's a few things in that. So number one, the representation thing is underplayed by a lot of people because that really matters. I don't think people that don't cover the league, they don't understand that. A lot of them don't anyway. Like, that is a huge thing. He does not have an agent. It's funny, at the very beginning of this, you made a point that you said, well, I'm not going to talk about Cleveland, but I actually wrote Cleveland in here for 1 second. I think, if you've noticed with this Deshaun Watson.
Well, I wasn't going to ask about it right this second. But go ahead.
But if you notice about this Deshaun Watson's, I shouldn't even say thing, this situation, this ongoing situation, there are certain times where like major NFL reporters, they don't talk about it. And why is that? Well, because Deshaun Watson's represented by one of the more powerful agents in the country, and there's all this leverage of, well, if if you're going to really go after my guy, maybe you don't get the next contract. The point being, agents are really powerful, and if Lamar hadn't got if Lamar had a normal situation, had an agent, the contract, A, you're right, probably would have been done already. B, you would be hearing about it all the time. It would be out there all the time. Hey, the Ravens haven't paid him. This is why. It would get leaked out. You'd see leverage. Right now, Lamar Jackson publicly is losing in this battle of PR because the Ravens are sitting here openly at the league meetings telling you, hey, we're trying to pay him. We are trying to pay him. We're doing everything we can. And you've got a lot of Ravens fans who are sitting there going, well, then why the hell isn't he signed? What is he doing? Why, all of a sudden he looks like the bad guy in this, that he's not signing, he's not there. I think Lamar Jackson is a unique, electrifying talent. The problem is, and I agree with you on this, when you get into the playoffs, there has to at some level be the ability to make a throw on 3rd and 10, 3rd and 12, extended drive, bail a guy. And part of that, I will say, I do think is they have done a piss poor job of giving him receivers. Like that team has never had any receivers around him or any good outside of Mark Andrews. However, I also do think there are times with him, you make him throw the ball outside the numbers, and it becomes very difficult for them to throw the football consistently. It is a very difficult deal.
He can't throw the whole route. He doesn't throw the whole route tree.
He doesn't. And I think he, as talented as he is, I do think there's a ceiling on that team the way they play. I think, and you see a lot of, well, it's because of Greg Roman. He schemes that way. I think they have to scheme that way. I think if they played, like if Greg Roman had Patrick Mahomes, they would not play that way. I mean, that they would not do that. They would drop back and have him throw the ball 45 times. I think it's like with Lamar, it fits his skill set to play that way, and it makes them very hard to beat. But then when you get teams in the playoffs, the best teams, those teams just say, look, man, you are not running the football. You're not doing it. And we're going to man up on the outside. We're going to bracket Andrews, beat us, throw the ball. And it's very, very hard to win that way. And it always has been. And could he have the stars align one year? Yeah. But I think it's very hard to consistently win like that against the best teams in the playoffs.
What's the end game in Cleveland, brother? Because Cleveland is stuck in the mud. They can't get rid of the guy. They gave him a guaranteed contract. They already gave a ton of picks. This has become an embarrassment every day. You're up to 26 now. How many more are coming after this? And let me tell you something. I don't know which one of these women were assaulted or not.
Sure.
Okay. None of us truly know. But I do feel something happened with that guy and some of these women. And now I'm starting to think, Matt, people who are abused, doesn't matter who they are, female, male, kids, it doesn't matter. Most of them stay quiet for the rest of their lives with that moment. They hide it from everybody else. They live with that demon inside. Very few people ask for help. Very few people go public about it because they're ashamed. All these things. You just wonder with all these women kind of staying together throughout all of this and even turning down money, you wonder if it's galvanizing. And at the same time, some of the other women that were maybe, hurt in this situation, maybe those are the ones that are also coming forward now that are building up the courage to come forward. And I keep wondering, dude, is there an audio clip? Is there a text exchange? Is there a video? Is there something coming down the line? The end game for the league and for the Browns, I don't know what it is, but I don't see how they win in this one, to be quite honest.
Well, first of all, I agree with everything you said. Look, there's always power and strength in numbers. And as this number continues to grow, and as you mentioned, there's expected to be 25 and 26 civil suits now coming here. Yeah, look, at some point, I think, we've seen since that HBO special with Brian Gumbel and Real Sports, a couple more civil suits have been brought. And I do think that, listen, if you're the NFL, you've got to be thinking at some point, there's going to be another one of these, whether it's 60 Minutes, right, or Good Morning America, one of these big shows. There's a good chance that there's another look into the Deshaun Watson situation Does that give that maybe another potential alleged victim? Does that give them the courage, as you use that word, to come out and say, "Hey, look, you know what? I'm gonna speak my truth." I do think if you're the NFL, you also need to be concerned about. I think we talked about this last week. What if there is a video? You don't know. And look, the NFL can say they investigate all they want. The NFL is not the FBI. Okay, you don't know if there's a video, if there's a clip on a phone. And that's got to keep Goodell awake at night, because you cannot come down on this light, and then all of a sudden that comes out a week later, a month later. Then what? I have believed for a long time, and I believe it now more than ever. I think they will suspend him indefinitely. I do not think he will step on a football field this year. I think they will tell him and his agent and his lawyer, look, until this is adjudicated, you are suspended. Once it is settled, at that point, we will revisit it and go from there. I don't see how the NFL can say to him, you're going to get 6 games. You don't know how much worse this is going to get. And I also feel, I've seen people compare it to a lot of other things. There is no comparison for this. He is right now being accused of major violations of over 24 women right now. I mean, this is not, a he said, she said. This is a he said and 24 she said, and about to be 26. I don't think I've seen people compare this to Ezekiel Elliott. This is not Ezekiel Elliott. This is something that, I get it. It's not criminal in nature in the sense that there aren't criminal charges at the moment. But if it comes out that even one of these women can end up proving it all true, or 4 of them or 6 of them, that's a ton. That's a ton. And I think if you're the NFL, you cannot come down looking like you're light on this. If anything, you come down heavy-handed, and then you can always backtrack it a little bit depending on what happens. But I don't think he's going to play this year. I think he gets suspended, and I think the Browns end up with about all the egg on your face you can possibly have.
I'm with you. I said the same thing about indefinite suspension for him at this point. It's just no way. Hell, I was shocked that they let him talk yesterday.
So was I.
What the hell are you doing? I mean, are you crazy?
And what did he say? It was bizarre. The entire thing was just very bizarre.
It makes him sound like he is completely detached from reality of what's really going on around you and the impact you're having. And I know he kind of addressed it, his teammates and all that, but it just doesn't. It just feels so dishonest. Everything about this feels so dishonest, whether it's his comments, whether this whole situation. And I think that's what makes people uneasy about this. Whether you think he did it or he didn't, it's just a bad look all the way around. And then you look at how this league has handled all of these issues versus women, and they have miserably failed. Practically every single time when it comes to these kind of cases, which again muddies the water when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Well, and look, to add on one more point with Cleveland, just as a whole, the Browns team, as they go toward training camp, I wonder if it's going to fracture the team. You talk about, distractions, sure, but look, if you've ever been in a locker room, I mean, guys talk. Guys spend a ton of time in the locker room during the season. Locker room, training room, meeting rooms, whatever, right? I mean, on planes, in the hotel. And if you're them, if you're any player on that team, you're sitting there going, they paid this guy $230 million. I've been busting my ass on this team for how many freaking years, okay? And I'm a model citizen. I've never embarrassed the league. I've never embarrassed the organization. And they paid this guy $230 million guaranteed. I mean, how many of those guys are going to see a tenth of that in their careers?
Let me add something else.
Yeah.
And then they stay on top of that, and I got to answer all this bullshit.
Right. And I'm the one.
They all got to answer it now. Everyone will be asked about it. How do you feel having a teammate like that could have been abusing women? Are you a husband? Are you a father? All these guys. and you're going to put your teammates. And then, by the way, just to piggyback on your point, the players then start holding the front office and holding against the coaches that they brought that shit into the locker room, because that word distractions, you and I have been in plenty of locker rooms over the years.
Yep.
They hate that freaking word, bro.
They
hate
that word. NFL teams will do anything to avoid them. Anything. Yes. Except apparently in Cleveland, where they paid a $230 million check to bring in the biggest possible distraction. Look, I can't express how much of a tire fire I think that's going to be. That is, and it's not like, look, not that any organization I think would be well equipped to handle something like this, but there are certain organizations in sports that have been winners forever. Okay, the San Antonio Spurs, the New England Patriots, teams that have a culture who, first of all, never would have done this Deshaun Watson deal to begin with, but they would have had a culture and how to deal with this. The Browns have been dysfunctional as all get out forever. I mean, the Haslams, since the Haslams have owned this team, they have been a mess from the top down. And now you're going to bring this in. You think that team's going to handle this? I mean, of all the teams in the league, they would be a bottom 3 pick for me on how to handle what's going on. You're going to have a lot of players behind closed doors who are pissed, who I'm sure are pissed right now at how all this is gone. And you know what? There are probably a lot of guys from a business standpoint who look at this thing and go, look, he's a lot better than Baker, and that'll help us win if he's on the field. There are also a lot of guys, I guarantee you, who saw Baker play hurt all year last year, and who saw that, who respected him for the fact that he didn't go out and just sit on the sideline, and then watch the Browns basically throw him on the curb. There are going to be a lot of guys this year who get hurt who go, yeah, I'm not playing because I saw what it did for him last year. I'm good. I'll sit out 3 weeks and make sure I'm 100% because I watched them last year play this guy and watch him play through all these injuries. And what good did it do him? I'm not going out there if that's the reward that I'm going to get. Look, in football, more than any other sport, it is a we against me mentality where you go out there and you respect the guy who's alongside you. You play for that guy. And that sounds corny, but it really is true in the NFL. You have to do that if you're going to be successful. I think with the Browns, based off everything that's happened in the last handful of months, it's going to be a lot of guys out there who are like, I got to get mine and get the hell out of here. And that is not a conducive way to winning football games in what is the best conference I can remember in a long time.
By the way, Red Recover is ideal for anybody suffering from chronic pain, such as arthritis, neck, and even lower back discomfort. Only 15 minutes daily will bring about tremendous relief. Feel better without using any medication, which is great. Red Recover is 100% natural with no side effects. Go to the website, redrecover.com. Use our discount code Big OW so you can get 10% off at redrecover.com. All right. I'm going to ask you a Homer question now.
Okay.
You saw the Tyreek podcast. I know he's got to promote. I know he's got to show love to his teammates, especially the quarterback that he's playing with. Sure. And he did the whole comparison talking about Mahomes. And really, he only compared the accuracy was the only thing that he gave, to it. We all know Mahomes is the better athlete. Mahomes has got the better arm. Mahomes is the better quarterback. All that. He's the established guy. He's the winner of the Super Bowl. We all know all of that. Here's what I'm going to say. And you tell me if I got suckered and I'm not. I think he actually believes what he was talking about. Not so much about the accuracy or anything, but the excitement about playing with him. I think he really thinks he can play with this kid and excel. In other words, I think there was some truth to all of that. Sure, there's the regular team BS crap that you're supposed to do as a professional, and God bless you. That's what you should do. But I actually think there was some truth to what he was talking about with Tua. Your thoughts on that?
I think that this podcast is a bad idea. That's what I think. I think this is a bad idea. And if I'm Chris Greer, I'm calling up Drew Rosenhaus and Tyreek Hill. I'm like, listen, maybe this is a 3-episode deal and we shut her down by can't. Because I think this. Tyreek Hill, he has to say those. He has to be excited about Tua. Has to be. Of course. I mean, if he's not, that's a disaster. Okay.
Right.
Do I think that Tua is more accurate than Patrick Mahomes? I don't. I mean, I think, look, Mahomes, their career completion percentage is almost identical, and every third throw with Mahomes is like 40 yards down the field. So I don't. Now that being said, look, I don't think the mistake I think Tyreek made was he could have pumped up Tua without comparing him to Mahomes. That's where it became, I think, for a lot of people, like, what are you talking about? If he had just come out and said, hey, look, I'm excited about playing with Tua. I really think he's up and coming. He's got a lot of talent. We're going to go out there. We're going to make beautiful music together. I don't think anybody would have made anything of it. It was the comment about Mahomes comparatively to Tua that I think a lot of people went, what?
Of course.
Of course. But that all said, listen, I think in the end, yeah, I mean, he should be excited about Tua. If he's not, he shouldn't have wanted to go to Miami in the first place, although obviously there's a lot of reasons to want to go to Miami. The money doesn't hurt. The lifestyle doesn't hurt. But I think in the end, I do think he's excited about playing with him. I think he went about expressing that maybe in a way that brought more negative light to that situation than need be. I ultimately, though, feel like, A, the podcast, not a great idea for the Dolphins. B, look, you're done with Kansas City. Move on from it. That is the one thing. The only thing that would worry me if I'm the Dolphins a little bit was when he was talking about targets and not being utilized. And it's like, look.
Which that was ridiculous, by the way, because he had like 160 targets. Come on, bro.
169 targets.
Yeah,
I went back and looked. So,
because he wants the Cooper Cup targets. That's why.
In the 4 years that he played with Mahomes, he averaged 8.6 targets a game, which is 8th in the league. The other 7 guys, with one put aside, who I'll say in a second, they're all on teams where they are far and away the best player on the team, like Devontae Adams, okay, who was the leader in that group.
Like there's nobody else, of course.
The only other guy on that list who wasn't far and away the best player on his team was Travis Kelce, okay, who had the same amount of targets per game. Right. So my concern would be like, look, if you want to get targeted more, Mike McDaniel's offense is going to be one where they're going to run the ball. Yeah. And they're going to be a balanced offense. Like, he's probably not going to see 160 targets this year. They're going to feed him. Don't get me wrong. But
no, and they have Waddle and they have Gesicki, actually.
Right.
So
it's not like nobody. Like, yeah. So my concern.
And by the way, the Cedric Wilson kid, I think, is going to be a surprise to a lot of people at the slot because he's a big slot guy that can actually move.
It's not like it's just Tyreek Hill and nobody else in Miami. Like, there are going to be other guys who get the ball. And so when he was talking about,
by the way, all the running backs are pass catchers.
Yeah, right. I mean, when they were talking about on that podcast, like, he's like, well, the first game, and I might be a little off this, but, against Cleveland last year for the Chiefs, he's like, I had 11 and 189, and then I had 3 catches against Baltimore, and I called my agent, and I was upset about it. And I'm like, you're upset about it? You just had 189 yards. And then, like, 2 weeks later, by the way, he had another game of like 186 and 3 touchdowns. Like, that would be the only thing that came out of that I'd be like, all right, that has to be a little bit of a problem. But all told, look, if they win and he's getting the ball, everything will be just fine.
Yeah.
And if he's not getting the ball and they're not winning, not ideal. But
although I think some of it was in fun, I don't think all of it was. I just don't see. I haven't seen him like that to be a disruptive player. You know what I mean? Because he hadn't been like that.
City.
No, that's what I'm saying. So I think also he might be having a little fun with this, because he's got to also have some logic and say, well, the guy I just joined had 100 catches. Right. So that guy's not shabby. You know what I mean? And by the way, he was the only guy on the team, and everybody knew that Waddle was getting the ball, and he still got the ball. So it shows for Tua and for Waddle. That was actually impressive last year, because who else were you going to throw it to? You know what I mean? They didn't even the idiot coach we had here didn't even scheme Gesicki enough into the offense. I mean, which is
I feel like this is one of these deals where, look, if they win and he's getting the ball, everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
And, if not, then it becomes an issue. But the one thing was in Kansas City, that organization, they don't let their players talk. That is one thing. They don't, you see a lot of teams, everybody's got a radio show. In Kansas City, nobody's got a radio show. Mahomes did a 10-minute spot like once a week on a radio station, and that was it.
Hey, come on, Matt. Stop being so negative. Those podcast things work. Look at Draymond Green. It's going smoothly.
I mean, The Chiefs believe less is more when it comes to exposure. I'll tell you here. Well, we can. I know we're up against. So I'll finish on this. When the Chiefs played the Super Bowl, a couple of years ago against the Niners in Miami,
right?
I covered that game, and the Niners stayed right downtown. I mean, they were right next to the media center and everything else. The Chiefs stayed in Aventura. The Chiefs were 45 minutes outside of Miami. Okay, I remember driving out there for morning commutes, and we were all sleeping on the bus because it was so early to get out there. I'll put it this way. That was not an accident. If the Chiefs could have stayed in Georgia, they would have done it. Okay, they didn't want any part of a lot of those guys being near the Miami scene. They wanted them as far away and sequestered as humanly possible. And that's how they operate. They don't want their guys anywhere near the public eye. And look, with Tyreek in Miami and having the contract and everything else, I'm not saying for worse, but it's just going to be different. It's going to be a little bit different than it was in Kansas City, where Tyreek Hill never did a speaking appearance ever. He was never on the radio. He didn't have a podcast. There was none of that. So they operate a little bit differently.
It had to be said, that's just the way it is. All right. Tell them about the Stack in the Box podcast, my man.
Sure. Every Tuesday, noon Eastern, 11 Central, have it on YouTube live. You can join. You can ask questions. We usually have good guests. We had Noah Fant on Friday as a special edition. He was great. Talked to him about the upcoming season and what he expects to do week one when he plays his whole team. But yes, every Tuesday at the minimum. You can check it out. You can subscribe on YouTube. You can listen to it anywhere you get your podcasts, iTunes, Spotify, so on and so forth. So if you like listening to a national perspective on the NFL, I think that'd be a good podcast for you.
There you go. And of course, check out all his work there at Fansided. Also, and follow him on Twitter at Matt Verderam and catch him weekly here with The Huddle, brought to you by redrecover.com. Matt, as always, my brother, thank you. Great conversation. Appreciate you, man. We'll catch up again next week.
Hey, sounds good. Thanks a lot.
You got it. There you go, baby. You are now stepping out of the huddle.
This has been The Huddle with NFL reporter Matt Verderam. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
Here you go. Thanks to Matt Verderam, as always. Great conversation. And what I love about our format is that, we could have a 15-minute conversation. We could have a 20-minute conversation. We could have, almost a 35-minute conversation. That's just the way it goes, man. It's just, it's however it flows. And there was several issues that we could talk about around the NFL. So that was cool. Like I told you, I love that there's nothing to talk about with the Dolphins, just like Tyreek Hill's podcast or something, but there's no controversy. We don't have a Deshaun Watson, or we don't have a disgruntled Baker Mayfield. We don't have a weird contract situation like what's going on with the Ravens. We're not the Carolina Panthers that are desperately trying to get a quarterback and are still negotiating with the Browns to this moment to see if they can maybe add Baker Mayfield to their mix. We can look around the league and look at dysfunction and issues and things going on, and Miami doesn't have any of that. We're discussing whether Tyreek Hill was just talking up, his team and Tua and all that, or did he really mean it or something? I mean, that's where we're at. It's so silly, but I love it. I'm glad. I just think, as a Dolphins fan, there's no reason to be in a bad mood or disappointed about anything. I think you should be excited as hell about what's happening with the Dolphins. And you should love what they did this offseason, because most of it just made sense. And it just kind of, you think that they have kind of done enough to maybe complete the puzzle on the offensive side. I'm really excited to see what happens, man. Really am. I don't think there's any reason anybody should be negative or saying anything negative at this point in time. I think we should just give everybody an opportunity to go out there and prove whether we think, they fixed it or they didn't. And we'll find out. KC better find a run game in 2022. They'll finish behind the Chargers. Well, they've got they've got running backs. They should be fine. You know what? I don't know if they'll be as explosive because nobody's Tyreek Hill unless they draft or develop or find somebody that can all of a sudden become that. So they're going to lose on that. Kelsey will still be a monster. And the offense will still be good. I have all the faith in the world when it comes to Andy Reid. He's a damn good coach, man. When it comes to offense, everybody's dude, he gets production out of Ty Detmer. So Andy Reid's a hell of a coach, man. I'm not one of those that's, worried about all of that with Andy. What else do we have going on the program today? We got a lot of things actually to talk about. We have still what's it called? Jordan Schultz. We will have the Schultz report at 12:30, the redrecover.com Schultz report. Craig Mish will be joining us at 1:00. We'll step into the batter's box, the Welt and Rayom batter's box. Speaking of Welt and Rayom, the text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. Chad says, this is the most excited I've ever been for the Fins. I was born in 88, so I got the end of the Marino era, never experienced a legit offense. Easily the most hype I've ever been for the Fins. And you should be, man. People should be appreciative of what the Dolphins have done because maybe they've got a shot. So there you go. What else do we have here? Two things. Omar is way off again on the Dolphins. First, this thing that the Dolphins are in the same boat as the Browns in their pursuit of Watson. No. Only the Browns have him on the guaranteed contract and threw away all those picks. Dolphins might have inquired, but never were willing to do a guaranteed deal like that. I agree. And second, the thing on Moore. He'd like Moore over Tua in a better situation with more talent the team had last year, but with lesser talent, he prefers Tua. What makes these fools think that Tua will get worse with more talent around him is just so baffling, this absolute dislike of our QB. Yeah, I didn't get that one yesterday with Omar on the whole Matt Moore thing. Matt Moore, in his best dreams, couldn't come close to Tua. Not even close. I don't know. He's had this love affair, but he had a love affair with Jesse Davis last year. So, let's see. Big O, I got a hard for you. Who are a hard one, I guess, is people got a hard. Kind of sounds weird. For you, who are the top 5 Hurricanes? It's so many I couldn't just name 5. And JM from Compton, California. Dude, the top 5 Hurricanes of all time. You're right. That's an incredibly difficult situation to put together. 5. Are we going based on talent or accomplishment? Okay, so I'll go talent. Okay, I'll go 5 overall talent. What I think is talent. Okay, I'll go Ted Hendricks. I'll go Jerome Brown. God, so many. I got to put Michael Irvin in there. I want to put Andre, but I'm going to put Michael instead. I put Ray Lewis there. I can put Ray Lewis there. Yeah, I'll put Ray Lewis there Because I'm thinking of the UM career and UM talent and how dominant, man. It's impossible, dude. And I'll put Edgerrin James. I mean, I can put Andre Johnson on that list. I can put Russell Maryland on that list. It's just so hard to be able to just name 5 guys. Oh, Ed Reed. No, Ed Reed goes in the top 5. I got to bump. I'm bumping Edge and I'm putting Ed Reed. It's just too many, man. It's hard to come up with 5. It really is. Yes, sir.
No, I was going to say Sean Taylor.
I got to go with UM career? No. Talent, yes. UM career? No. Sean Taylor did not have the career of some of these other guys that I talked about in the U. Okay, not after the U and then you go to the NFL. You know, because Sean Taylor was awesome, but he wasn't Ed Reed or Benny Blades. He wasn't. Sorry. Ed Reed, Benny Blades were better players at the University of Miami than Sean Taylor was. Sean Taylor had more potential as an athlete and as a safety and then at the next level and all that, but it never really finished, unfortunately. But I would at the U, I would take Ed Reed and Benny Blades' career over Sean Taylor's at the U. Remember, that's what I'm saying. At the U, don't add the NFL. You weren't at the U if you're in the NFL, because there are players that became, like Greg Olson was a much better pro than he was a college player. Frank Gore was a much better pro than he was a college player. So it's hard, man. Look, Jim Kelly's another one that you can easily put in the top 5. Easily. So what else do we have here? Sean Taylor was the best safety in the country in 2004. He led the country in interceptions with 10 and was the 5th pick in the draft. Thanks for the history lesson. Ed Reed had a much better career, my man, at the U. He almost won the Heisman. He should have been in Heisman consideration. And Benny Blades, Benny and the Jets. Come on, man. Maybe you're young. Maybe, we're talking UM career. Ed Reed and Benny Blades, a better UM career. Well, and better pros too, by the way, because they had full careers. So yeah, but yeah, Sean, it's one of those deals. I get it. And again, maybe you're too young. You didn't see those guys play. I saw all of them play, and that's why I say, as a UM career, Sean Taylor doesn't belong in the same sentence with Ed Reed and Benny Blades as accomplishments at the University of Miami. It's just the way it is, man. Those are the facts. Can't do anything about it. It's not that he wasn't a great player and a great talent, phenomenal talent, freakish. But, I mean, I'm telling you, Ed Reed should have been in the Heisman running. No, I get you were naming players at the top of your head, but I can see where you're naming them. There was you put Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Peyton Manning, Edgerrin James, and Ricky Williams. I'm not sure, the Peyton Manning stuff, but and Ricky Williams. I'm not sure what that was, but it's kind of there's a era there. You're not going back a little bit. Like, a lot of you young people will not put Ted Hendricks there, and I'm sorry, but Ted Hendricks goes there. The stork goes there, dude. Okay, guaranteed the stork goes there. But a lot of young people won't put the stork there, and that's not right. You gotta put the mayor of Miami Springs on there. Okay. Big O, they know what they were doing. Jimmy and Mitchell can't post because everyone would say it's tampering. Mitchell's hat also said a better world is coming. The same, what is it, Milt put on a mic with Bam? Yes, What's it called? We talked about all that stuff already, Jose. Cortez Kennedy is another one you can he was nasty, bro. Nasty. Jerome Brown. I have no problem putting Jerome Brown in your top 5. Jerome Brown was wow. That was a force, bro. That was a force that was immovable. That was a force that just shattered that D line whenever that guy just said, "I'm busting out," you weren't stopping Jerome Brown. My Lord, that man was gifted. Didn't see him play, as you said, on my list based off of what I was able to watch. Exactly. I'm old, so I have a little more perspective than some of you that are younger. And I get it. The ones that you saw, you'll put on your list, but I've got to give some love to some of the older players like Jim Kelly and Ted Hendricks. You want to put them in the top 5. I can't argue with that. I'll argue with you, Sean Taylor. I'll definitely argue with that one. And I get it. Some of you are emotional and because he passed away and you think whatever, but we got to be objective. And Benny Blades and Ed Reed at the U, way better careers, way more success. They were, they were national powers at that time. Hell, Benny got his own nickname. Okay, when your secondary's nicknamed, that's when Tolbert Bain, Selwyn Brown, all those cats. Come on, Benny and the Jets. You youngins have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. Couple of old Canes that are listening and go, yeah, I know Benny and the Jets. They know. They know. Right? Was it the fourth guy was what's the name of this guy that works with Drew? Damn it. I think that was the fourth guy because I mentioned Tolbert and Selwyn Brown and the other guy is the guy that works with Drew if I'm correct. Damn it. Chad goes, I know the song Benny and the Jets. Yeah. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Benny and the Jets. Now I'm forgetting this guy that I'm pretty sure the guy that works for Drew Rosenhaus is the fourth guy in Benny and the Jets. Selwyn Brown, Tolbert Bain with Benny. And who's the fourth guy? Damn it. What's his name? What's the guy that works with Drew? Damn it. Somebody help me out there. Who's the fourth in the Benny and the Jets? Who am I missing? Hey, Harold. OJ Anderson. I got no problem with that, dude. OJ Anderson was a monster with a shitty Cardinals team. He was a freaking stud, man. Stud. He was old when he won the MVP with the Giants and Phil Simms. Like, he wasn't even at his peak at that point. Like, he was one of those guys that if he was on a really good team, because those were the bad Cardinals teams, right? Was it the end of Neil Lomax, and then it went into who's the other guy that came after Lomax that I think he played with, but they just weren't good. But although didn't they have like a receiver? Was it JT Green or something like that? That was pretty electrifying. They did have a nice receiver, I think, back in those days. Big O, get ready to put Tyler Van Dyke in the top 5 after he wins the Heisman this year. I mean, it would be nice if he wins the Heisman. It'd be nice, but I don't know if he would be in the top 5. That's for sure. Did any of you get the answer I needed? No, none of you did. It's like, I think is his name Smith or something? Play with the Cowboys. God, none of you know. I don't know if somebody was a media person that could help me out because they would deal with Drew and they deal with him. And I forgot his damn name. All right. What else are you going to do? So Tyler Hero, by the way, wished Katya Elise Henry a happy birthday. How about that? So does that mean they're not broken up, or he's just saying happy birthday to her and they are broken up? And he's just trying to win her back. I have no idea. But apparently he sent a message out. Heat guard Hero appeared to be in the doghouse after Henry posted a cryptic message to social media. Many were under the impression she was calling Hero out for cheating on her. But on her 28th birthday, Tyler took to Instagram to wish Katya Elise Henry a happy birthday. He says, happy birthday to the most beautiful girl in the world. Words can't describe how much I appreciate you. How about love? Ain't no telling where we'd be without you. You've been my rock holding it down for 2 years. I can't wait to see what life has in store for us. Enjoy, smile. More life to 28, big baby. He captioned the post. And so I saw that, and I still ask myself, the word love was not in that message the entire time. I'm just saying. You know? I'm just saying. So I don't know if he's trying to win her back. I don't know. They got a picture of them holding hands, and he's got his Brewers jersey on or something, but I don't know if that means that, this is a fresh picture or an older picture or something like that. I'm not exactly sure if this is it right there. But it's several pictures, beach, everything. So I have no idea if this is just memories or what's the deal. But Tyler trying to fix the house, fix what's going on. I just didn't see the word love at all. You kind of figure the woman you marry, the woman that has your kid, you figure the word love would be in a message. Kind of odd. But then again, I'm Latin. So not for nothing. I don't, I know stereotyping is not a thing, but I'm going to stereotype us Latin people. We're a little different. We're more, I don't know, touchy-feely and emotional and things like that. So to us, like I think I tell my wife I love her, I don't know, 10, 15 times a day. So, and definitely in a message or two while I'm texting every damn day. So especially when I'm away. So it's just kind of odd, odd with that one. But I hope now see the problem with Tyler and the Katya thing is, dude, you tied yourself down really early and a really young age. And it's very dangerous, especially for men, to tie themselves down early. Because, we're a very dogged breed when it comes to men. And so, you kind of want to get that out of your system. And, if he was cheating and she caught him and all that, that's why you kind of, when you're young, a lot of times they go have fun. Don't settle down so quickly, that kind of stuff. And now you get the fame, you get the money, all that stuff. And now you have the opportunity to do all kinds of things. But now you're married, and then you start to regret being married, that kind of stuff, So it's not easy for a kid like Tyler to do what he did. Usually it's not smart, actually, because it's hard to maintain that relationship. I hope their love is real and they're able to fix it. You know what I mean? Maybe not, but we'll see where it goes from here. What else do we have going on in the world? Oh, by the way, Sean Stanley, did you see that Ronda Rousey would come out for a for out of retirement for one fight. Did you hear about this? I don't know. I didn't hear all your show. I caught your show yesterday, but I can't say that I've listened to all the shows in every minute. So I know you talk about it. Did you talk about this story with Rousey? No? Okay. Well, she hasn't fought since 2016. Personally, by the way, huge Rousey fan. I think I tell you all the time, I love people that fight adversity. She lost me as a fan because the second she wasn't on top and she got knocked out, she quit. She quit. Even when she tried to come back, she wasn't in on it. They figured her out quickly, keep her upright and knock her ass out because she can't box. You allow her to take you down on the ground, that's where she has an advantage. And they figured out quickly. And she was in, if you want to follow me up here, Sean, because you're much more knowledgeable than I am in this, but the sport was also growing in itself. So she was one of the young new stars in it. And meanwhile, as time goes on, athletes get better and they have better technique and preparation, all that. And the fighters got better. And that's why Ronda couldn't last. You agree?
Yeah, she was the big fish in a little pond until the bigger fish started moving in.
Exactly. So, on the Kurt Angle show, the 35-year-old and former MMA star was asked if she would immediately say no to reconsidering fighting in the MMA. She says, there's only one person that I would come back for. I mean, I've said it a million times. It's not like something new, but I'd come back for Gina, man. Gina Carano. She's the reason why I got into fighting. She's the reason why I knew it was a possibility. I will always be forever grateful. If she was ever like, Ronda, I want to fight you tomorrow at 205, like whatever the hell she'd want. I'm not saying she's 205. She's very svelte. If she wanted to come in my backyard and do the Rocky thing, ding, ding, and we'll just do it in the backyard, I don't care. I will fight Gina wherever she wants. And if she doesn't want to, forever, I will leave that offer there. It's a respect thing, not an F you thing. I'm coming at you. It's just like, hey, if you ever wanted to pull the card out, it's there. I love her. Thank you, Gina, for everything you've done. She's, by the way, 40 years old right now, Gina Carano.
My whole thing
and I
is,
believe no longer in The Mandalorian.
Yeah, no longer in The Mandalorian. No. Is she goes with the fighter that is even older than she is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like I mean, there's fighters now, Shevchenko, Amanda Nunes, who just lost. There's so many fighters now that would probably be. And I get it. She's talking about the person who brought her. She got into
Her
fighting.
inspiration.
Her inspiration.
Yeah.
I understand that, but it's like, I mean, at that point, I would just say no. There's no dream fight. I mean, you're saying a dream fight that would never happen. It's not like you're saying I want to fight, Nick Diaz or Nate Diaz or Connor, who can still probably go. You're talking about somebody that hasn't, I'm sure she hasn't been training for MMA in probably close to 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, that just seemed like a kind of like, yeah, I'll throw it out there. But because if you name Amanda Nunes or any of these fighters today, there's an opportunity that you're going to get a knock on the door and probably get thrown back into the cage, which she doesn't. I don't believe she wants. She want to do the training, maybe the aspect of it, but she doesn't want to get in there and fight anymore. She's done.
No, she doesn't want it anymore. She didn't want it back then. Once she got her ass kicked, she lost it. She lost her edge. Yeah, we talk all the time about edge energy drink and how you got to have an edge. She lost. That's what that woman did. Knocked the edge out of Rousey.
Yeah,
that's what it did.
She lost everything. She lost it all once they realized, okay, this is the game plan. Once it became a blueprint on how to beat her, she couldn't change with the times to go back and figure something else out because that's what she had been doing and running roughshod with it. And
yeah, she would have to counter to become a better boxer, and that just was not her game. It was not her game, and so that's why she talks about that fight. And by the way, that's not a fight that people really want to see. to overaged women at this point. And Ronda lost it years ago already. She has no edge anymore. You know, it's a shame, man. I was a big Ronda Rousey supporter. And, you know, listen, I was down on Tiger after, you know, a Golfgate. And he got whacked in the face and he kind of went into a hole. And I was like, come on, dude, let's go. Adversity hits us all. Bounce back, bro. You're Tiger Woods. And eventually he did bounce back. And it took him a while to kind of get over it. But I was very impressed. And obviously then he goes and wins the Open on one knee. And, you know, and then he comes back finally, it was the last year, and wins the green jacket. I was so impressed with the way he was able to fight through it all and come back. You know, I like that. I admire that, because you are going to suffer it. I'm going to suffer it. We're all going to have adversity in life. It's just, things don't, you know, you're just not gifted everything, man. That's not how life rolls. Life kicks you in the ass. It's going to kick you in the ass a whole bunch of times. It's going to tell Warren Moon, hey, you're not good enough. You got to go to the CFL. I love that. It's Leo Campana. You know, you're not good enough. Well, yeah, we'll trade you to Miami. And he finds his way and starts playing well. You know, it's adversity, man. It's going to happen to all of us. Some of us are really good and gifted, and maybe we don't have nearly as much adversity in life. But the rest of us, we're going to suffer setbacks. We're going to suffer injuries, illnesses. We're going to lose jobs. We're going to lose family members. We're going to lose friends. We're going to lose money. We're going to fail in investments. We're going to fail in business. We're going to fail in whatever. But what do? Do you give up? Do you fold? It's not an option. It's never an option. Quitting is not an option. So you plug along, and that's what I like. I admire the people that continue the fight. Alonzo Mourning, kidney. Oh, I can't play basketball? Is that what you're telling me? No, I'm going to play basketball, and I'm going to win a championship, and I'm going to be the most important center in the finals. That's what I love. That's the kind of shit that I admire. Quitting, that's easy. That's why people do it, because it's easy. Now, the consequences are rough. That will torture you for the rest of your life, but it's super easy to quit. Now, continuing the fight, that's what winners do. Even when you lose, you're still a winner. There's those of you that are trying every damn day, you're a winner, man. You're a winner. Hour number 5 is next right here on the Big O Radio Show.
For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor. With more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes, Welton Rayom is committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle, slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Welton Rayom can help.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy. a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red, an infrared light, has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business, car key replacements, and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions, from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There we go. All right. Hope you all are doing well on a beautiful Wednesday. At 12:30, Jordan Schultz will be joining us with the Schultz Report. Ray Grullon, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. Howdy O was the UM player Michael Barrow. He played with Benny, right? Yes, but no. I'm looking for the DB that was the fourth DB in Benny and the Jets. And it was Tolbert Bain, Selwyn Brown, and somebody ended up getting it. Thank you very much. Christopher got it. Robert Bailey. He works for Drew. Robert Bailey was the fourth guy. If I'm correct, it was Robert Bailey, Selwyn Brown, Tolbert Bain, and Benny Blades were Benny and the Jets. Bump, 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 bump. Yes, sir. The porn folks are in. Yeah, the porn bots are in the chat board. We love the porn bots. Let's see. Miami Dolphins should be America's team, according to Ronnie. If football always strives to be the best, then undefeated teams should head the list. You think? No. You know why, Ronnie? I don't want to share my team with America. I want my team to be my team. I don't need it to be America's team. I want us to be the Dolphin Nation. Okay. By the way, I don't know, but we could be broadcasting from another Dolphin bar. The Mojo Grill in Ocala is inquiring. They called us on the business line. And by the way, if your business wants to be a part of our platform and help us grow this entire platform for all of the South Florida fans all over the world, you can reach out to our business line at 786-754-4664 if you want to sponsor and be a part of our programming. 786-754-4664. There you go. That's our business line. It's not to talk to me. It's not to talk sports. It's none of that. It's business. Okay. It's only sales that are going to answer that. Has nothing to do with the show itself. It's not a request line. It's not an interview line. It's none of that. Okay. It's business. So, and by the way, for those of you out of the country, if you can't reach us by phone, you can reach us by email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com if you want to bring us to your city, your state, your country. I am looking forward to that. Who's going to be the next business, the first business out of the country to take us out there? That would be a lot of fun. That'll be a blast, actually. I'm looking forward to that. Let's see. What else do we have? Big O, will John Ruiz be able to sit in the owner's box for football games? I have no idea, my brother. Probably has his own suite. You would think, right? The money he has. And now we've got the college football looking into the U and John Ruiz. For those of you, I don't know if you saw it in the paper today, and I'll check it out for you here. I'll read you the story here.
Hey, yo.
Yes, sir.
Oh, real quick, I thought you were still looking for it. That was going to take longer.
Yeah.
Minka Fitzpatrick becomes the highest paid safety ever after agreeing on a new 4-year contract, $73.6 million.
How much guaranteed?
Let me dig in a little bit more here.
All right, 4 years, $73.6 million for Minka. All right. So
Oops, sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
$36 million guaranteed at signing per source.
Okay. All right. $36 million guaranteed for Minka. There we go. Minka bitch gets a new contract. So the NCAA visited the Miami campus last week to gather information about the topic of NIL as it pertains to the Hurricanes, according to the Herald. Miami attorney and prominent Hurricane booster John Ruiz told the Herald on Tuesday that he spoke on Friday with a gentleman and two females from the NCAA. Dialogue between numerous people on campus in Coral Gables. Ruiz told the Herald the meeting, first reported by SI, lasted more than an hour, and it was cordial. And they weren't accusing anybody in that one, by the way. So I was asked by the university to go discuss how I put my deals together. It was big picture. I don't think it was anything accusatory or anything like that. I got you, or I'm going to get you. Nothing like that. I actually enjoyed it. All right. So you have them here, whatever. I'm sure we're always first because John is in the middle of a battle with Darren Rovell, and it goes public. And really, while other schools have their share of people that are, dealing out NIL deals and all that, they're not as public as John is. And so John brings more attention to himself. So obviously, that's why they're coming here. We'll see. We'll see if they go to Alabama too, and Texas A&M, and Georgia, and and Ohio State, and we'll see if they it's the U. We always get a different kind of treatment than everybody else. Whether anybody wants to believe it or not, that's the reality, man. Javon Holland about to break that in a couple of years. I hope so, Topher. I think I love him, man. I think he's a hell of a player. I was a big fan of his coming out of college. So I was glad when they got him. So, Big O, I love your show here in Curaçao. Thank you, sir, listening out there in Curaçao. Right. It's beautiful. What else do we have here? We got the NBA Finals tomorrow night. Thursday, 9 o'clock, Warriors and Celtics. We will give you our pick tomorrow on that one. I saw this, and I found it to be a little odd. Okay, are you ready for this? NBC and Football Night in America has hired Jason Garrett to be an analyst. So, I've seen Jason Garrett. He's kind of boring. He's kind of lame. And does he still want to work in the NFL? Because if he still wants to work in the NFL, then you're definitely not going to get anything out of him. Have you not learned that already at this point? Or do you care? Not that I'm tuning in because of the announcer, but I don't want the announcer to necessarily suck. And I just kind of get that impression that Jason Garrett, I know they talked in the article about how they always enjoyed him in team meetings, broadcast meetings before games. Well, that's a different dude than you're going to get on the air once the mic is on and the camera's in his face. And then you're held, your feet are held to the fire to what you say. And are you willing to go to the extremes that you need to go to in order to do your job properly? If you're going to be an analyst, you got to break it down to, hey, yeah, that was a good play, a bad play. This player made this play happen. This is the reason why this play failed, because this player did not do his assignment, or it was a bad call by the coach, or whatever. Are you going to be willing to do that? And then the other thing is, do you bring any kind of personality? And I don't remember much of a personality with Jason Garrett. Just there. And you got rid of Drew Brees, who was just there. Okay. And Drew immediately found out this wasn't cut for him, because you're going to have to be a little bit more open. And, I know they said, oh, it's a lifestyle thing with Drew Brees. Bull crap. He probably didn't want to go to the extremes they need to go. You got to be objective, man. You got to call things like you see it. If you're not willing to do that, then don't do this job, because you guys see through the phoniness 95% of the time. 95% of the time, you guys see through all the bull crap, and you know that person is not being honest, and they can't be honest because they're tied to the team, or they've got some. You remember what Matt Verderame was saying earlier, and it is happening. Have you noticed this with Deshaun Watson? There are reporters out there that will not say anything negative about Deshaun Watson because they're afraid that you piss off his agent, and then the agent won't give you the information. That's the reason why I have never been the guy that, oh, I'm so buddy with an agent, I now have to protect your players. Screw that, dude. And I tell agents that I do know all the time, I will disagree with them to their face. That's the beauty of who I am. At least you know where I'm coming from all the time. I don't give a shit who you are. If you're an owner of a team, if you're a head coach, if you're a player, if you're an agent, I'm going to tell you straight up. And so, are you willing to do that? And Jason Garrett just doesn't give me that impression, and he doesn't look like he's going to be very entertaining. So, he is a smart guy. I hope he at least is insightful with whatever is going on the field and helps us at least learn. But I don't expect him to make me smile, or just I hope he makes me think. At least he'll be successful in that sense, because I doubt he's going to entertain me. But maybe he has a shot at educating me because he is a coach. So hopefully that will happen in the process. But Jason Garrett was one that was like, does nothing for me. The Wayne D Experience says, Big O, what's the funny thing about the Tyreek video is that they're all saying Reek is comparing Tua to Pat when he clearly just said 15 is the better QB, but Tua drops it in the breadbasket. Yeah, all he said was accuracy, but people then run off with it, and they all become Cubans, and they start exaggerating to hell. You're looking at the person going, wait a minute, dude, you're not even Cuban, and you're exaggerating. What's wrong with you? Oh, he said he compared him to Holmes. He said he was better than Holmes. No, he didn't, dude. Stop being Cuban. Relax. I can say that, by the way. Some of you can't. But I can stereotype my own. Because we exaggerate to hell, bro. Left you an update on the Taylor Hawkins tribute lineup. Oh, I saw it already. I have it here in my notes, Dougie Fresh. The lineup is set for the London show right now. Foo Fighters have confirmed the all-star lineup for the September 3rd London concert in tribute to late drummer Taylor Hawkins. I would give anything to be able to go to the Los Angeles one. That would be awesome. I can't afford to go to it now, but man, if I could afford to go and fly over to the Forum and see this Taylor Hawkins Foo Fighters concert, I would love it. So the London concert in the tribute to the late drummer, Geddy Lee, Alex Lifeson of Rush, Brian May and Roger Taylor of Queen, Chrissy Hine of the Pretenders will top the Wembley Stadium bill, which will also feature the remaining Foo Fighter members, Grohl, Mendel, and Shiflett, Smear, and Jaffe. Hawkins will also be remembered September 27th at the Kia Forum in Los Angeles with a lineup announcement to follow. Both shows will benefit charities chosen by the drummer's family, Foo Fighters noted in a separate statement. Also announced for the London concert, listen to this, Stuart Copeland of The Police, Mark Ronson, Liam Gallagher of Oasis. Will the Idiot show up? Veteran drummer Omar Haken, Josh Homme of Queens of Stone Age, comedian Dave Chappelle, Supergraph, Rufus Taylor, Wolfgang Van Halen, and Chevy Metal. I mean, it's pretty cool, man. 50-year-old, as you all know, passed away on March 25th in Colombia. So, it's sucks that he passed away. Too young of an age, man. Too young of an age. Folks, if you have substance issues, please get help, man. Please get help. Because your lack of responsibility and putting your life on the line, you might just be thinking about yourself at the moment, but you got to think about all the people you're going to affect if, something serious happens to you. And that's the part you got to think of. That sucks. And Taylor now, his family and all that. And just, try to please, if you try to get help, if realize that you have a problem, please go get help. I mean, that guy had like 10 different drugs in his system. Your body's a hell of a vehicle. The good Lord made, there's an almighty, because we didn't just pop out of the ground. Okay. You just don't make this vessel that does everything. That there's an almighty. So he gives you the opportunity. Now, try not to abuse it to that point. You know what I mean? So get help if you can. But yeah, I saw it, and I would love to go to that show in Los Angeles. God, that would be absolutely awesome. And it's at the Forum, probably one of my favorite places to see a concert. The acoustics there are just absolutely sick. All right, when sports and business collide, we do something called the KSDT CPA Sports Business Report. All right, you think NFL teams are making money? You're an idiot. They're printing money. Okay? The NFL is really America's Federal Reserve. They have more money than the Federal Reserve. they could fix our deficit, actually. They could probably straighten out all of the world's problems with the amount of money that they're producing. I exaggerate. I'm Cuban. Anyway, in today's KSDT CPA's Sports Business Report, the NFL team values grew, okay, by 12%. 12%. Are we in a recession? Aren't people struggling? The hell's going on? They're going 12%. This is like the weirdest recession because everybody's working. It's not like a recession that there's no jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like usually that's what happens, recession, and then there's no jobs. And there are people, some people do, they are cutting jobs, but still the jobless rate is like at an all-time high for 40 or 50 years. Yet everything else is all effed up. Weirdest thing. Anyway, the NFL is fighting recession, fighting everything else. They grew by 12%. The sale of the Broncos to the Walmart family, $4.2 billion. It raised the team averages from 3.5 to $3.9 billion. So that's the average price now of an NFL team, $3.9 billion. You think the NFL is making some money? No, dude, they are printing money. Okay? I mean, they are amazing. Part 2 of that, by the way, Bell Media in Canada has picked up the NFL rights. DAZN had them. Now Bell Media picks them and takes them away from DAZN. They will be showing the NFL games to our Canadian friends on 1 French and 3 English channels. They will also get a hold of the Red Zone. Did you know that? I didn't know this when I read this article. The Super Bowl ads in the U.S. are not seen at all in Canada. So they have their entire commercial breaks replaced in Canada. So the NFL is producing money like it's going out of style. Okay? How about that? If you want to get in on the... Oh, that is your KSDT Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
KBH, the Hunter says, everyone is working, but our pay is worth half as much. The dollar is losing 6 to 8% a year of its buying value every year. Okay. And the last president, Mr. Orange Hair, printed like crazy, gave away billions and billions. Idiots gypped the government off and they took all that money and they really didn't need it. And then this moron followed it and started printing even more money to give away. I mean, you know, what Bush, Obama, Trump, and now Biden have done to our deficit, it just gets worse and worse. That's why I love this whole Republican Democrat crap that you guys think that you got it figured out. Neither one of you got it figured out. Bush was terrible. Then Obama was twice as worse. Trump was 3 or 4 times worse, and Biden's going to be 3 or 4 times worse than Trump, because none of them have any idea. Even during the Obama run, the stock market was at 8,000. It can only go at one place, was up. You know what I mean? It wasn't like there was any, he's a cool dude. I like him personally, but the policies really didn't do anything. It was going to go up with anybody there. Pretty much, but it's just terrible. And he killed the deficit too, like they all do, man. All of them do. We just keep putting it down the line and we keep thinking printing money is going to solve everything. And that's not what solves it, man. And so that's what your problem is. The last 2 presidents have printed more money than we've ever seen. And it's so stupid. So that's our problem. Doesn't matter who it is. So we can't vote anybody that's competent in office. That's your problem. That's why we've got all these issues. And this moron ain't going to fix anything. You know, he's just a buffer to get Orange Man out and then hoping that the Republicans or the Democrats come up with some kind of, I don't think they're ever going to come up with a good candidate, but someone next to screw everything up and be worse than Biden. Because that's what's going to end up happening. All right, let's take a very quick break here. And let's get ready for the Schultz report, baby. Yes, sir. Let's talk with Jordan Schultz. We got a lot of things to talk about, especially a very important photograph we got to show him. We'll do that next.
RedRecover.com presents the Schultz Report with NFL and NBA insider Jordan Schultz. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors like yourself assist your body's own healing and recovery with red light therapy. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Here's insider Jordan Schultz.
All righty. There he is. I think he's being a handyman right now, trying to fix things.
What's up?
Yes. How you doing, my brother? You doing all right?
Well, what's up with this photo?
With a what?
You said there's a photo?
Yes, there's a photo. There is a photo we need to talk about, and you need to investigate because it needs to get locked down here. We need to make sure this thing happens right now. It's red alert on the redrecover.com Schultz report right now, okay? Bring it up, Sean. Let's show him the picture, the very famous picture that came out a couple days ago. Trainer Chris Berkeley is hanging out for his birthday with Jimmy Butler and Donovan Mitchell.
No.
Sir.
Nothing
What?
there.
Nothing? Why?
So
why isn't there nothing there?
hold on. I've been going to Bricks workouts in the city for the last 5 years. Donovan, I've been at a ton of his workouts. It's like a fraternity. Donovan and Brick and Jimmy, they all work out together, but they've been doing that for years.
Okay.
So yeah, you could play this up, but I'm telling you, as much as I'd love to see Donovan in a Heat uniform, there's nothing there in terms of that with this. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Why you got to do that to me, bro?
I'm sorry.
Why you got to do that to me?
You have me on to tell you what I know. I believe that in this situation, given how much these guys work out together in the summer in New York, no.
They haven't become friends. I mean,
of course.
Nobody wins in Utah, okay? Nobody. Okay? And by the way, tell CJ McCollum nobody wins in New Orleans either. They win in Miami.
CJ would be a great member of the Miami Heat. I'll say that.
I told you that a couple of weeks ago, and again, you disappointed me with that. No, it's not going to happen. He's happy in New Orleans. How in the hell are you happy in New Orleans? You're only happy in New Orleans for one night while you're in a drunken stupor, maybe there on Bourbon Street. After that, you want to get the hell out.
Well, where do you put New Orleans in the pantheon of NBA cities?
Oh, well, just to visit? Oh, it's one of the best. Not to live.
Great city. No, I'm saying you wouldn't. Okay, because
not to live.
Yeah, I mean Memphis, Oklahoma City. What else is rough? Sac.
Yeah. No, it's Miami. It's New York. It's Los Angeles. I don't know about San Francisco anymore. I don't know. That place is a disaster.
Better place to live than visit.
Yeah, God, it's beautiful, but man, what's been going on in that state is just absolutely crazy. So yeah, I don't know. There's not a lot of NBA cities that are sexy, actually. And that's where Utah is kind of in that rut that they have to deal or draft a guy because they're never going to be the free agent destination.
Yeah, that's always been the case.
Yeah. So what do you hear at least out of Utah? Because I know that there's talk. Oh no, they're going to move Gobert instead of Mitchell. But why would I know Donovan Mitchell's under contract, which makes it a lot harder.
4 more
for
years.
Him. Yeah, exactly. So you don't think
that makes him that much more appetizing for other teams because they don't have to worry about trying to extend him.
Right.
So you already know he's an elite young player. He's in his mid-20s, and I think he's been asked to do things. The reason that he didn't play great in the postseason, one of the reasons is because he was asked to do things that aren't conducive to winning. He was asked to have one of the highest usage rates in the league, to create almost all of their offense, and to basically score 30 points a game every night. And Donovan, I think, was also asked to defend some of the best players in the league this season. And I think defensively he will get better. But if you're being asked to shoulder that load on both sides of the ball and you don't have another wing that's creative and can alleviate a lot of that, it's very tough.
Ask Jimmy Butler that sometimes.
Well, Jimmy has it better than Donovan, though, because at least Jimmy has other guys, that can. But Donovan, if you go back and watch Utah, it's his show, especially when Mike wasn't super healthy. So he's the guy, and it's not conducive to winning.
By the way, what do you think about the finals now at this point? With
I had Warriors in 6.
Okay,
I had the Warriors in 5 over Dallas, and I had them in 6 over Boston. So hey, in this world you only talk about when we're right? So
that's right.
I expect the Warriors to close it out in Game 6. I think from a physicality standpoint, Boston, for the majority of the series going into Game 5, had been more physical. But I thought Draymond's offensive, he scored just enough, and I think his screening and his passing were huge. And to get 30 points from GP2 and Jordan Poole, that's huge. The fact that Golden State has Steph Curry go 0 for 9 and snap his 133-game streak of making a 3 and win by 10, although it felt like it was more, says a lot about that team. They've gotten enough.
They were due, Jordan. I mean, there was no way Clay was going to continue to suck and Poole was going to suck, and Wiggins has been,
Wiggins has been huge.
I got to tell you, bro, he is a Heat player if I've ever seen a Heat player.
Mm-hmm.
That guy, and you could tell getting out of Minnesota is a good thing because he was able to grow with a good organization in Golden State. And then I think a team like Miami gets him with his defensive disposition. Whoo, doggy, that would be really nice.
And actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because just thinking, if you think about it, they're different players, but in somewhat similar situations between Wiggins and Mitchell, and that they were in kind of middling NBA destinations, franchises that were somewhat rudderless, and being asked to be the number 1 or number 2 guy all the time. In Wiggins' case, oftentimes, he was drafted number 1. He was the number 1 player in America coming out of high school, and he was expected to be an all-star from day one. And he wasn't. He wasn't there. And
dude, you start your career by LeBron dissing your ass, like
right for Kevin. Yeah, Love.
Rook, get out of here. You're not good enough for what I need to do right now. And that's how you started your career. And you get sent off to freaking Minnesota.
And maybe he'll never be the number 1 guy. But the fact that he's been able to, he was an all-star starter this year. His last 2 games have been tremendous. And I think it's his defense on Tatum.
Oh, he's elite.
That's the difference. Because he can match up length and size and strength to JT that very few guys can. He's been incredible for them.
So give me a name, because I got to tell you something.
I gave you a name. I said RJ Barrett.
Yes, that was last week. Okay.
I got nothing. No new names.
No new names for me, because I was talking with, we have a basketball show on Wednesdays from 9 to 10. Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, they do a whole hour of it. And as you know, Ira's been covering the Heat since day one. And one of the things I've been telling Ira on our show here is I think there's an 80% chance that Riley makes a move for a whale. And he does it because he has no choice.
Mm-hmm.
The Butler window is
it's like 2
very
years.
small. It's 2 years. And you really want to get it done next year, because I don't even know if you want to wait 2 years for him, and especially with Lowry. So I think he has to make the move. There's another report out about Zach LaVine re-signing with Chicago. We talk about your boy CJ. You talked about RJ Barrett. We talk about, Donovan Mitchell. I mean, something's got to give. There's got to be some disgruntled people that want out. And Riley's been doing this for 25 years, dude. He's found that disgruntled star. If he doesn't do it, we'll have a good year, but this team has no shot at a title, and he knows that.
Well, okay, I'll get yes for a name. I know that I should say it. I don't know if he's the perfect fit, but I actually think he would be a really good fit. Is D'Angelo Russell? What about that?
Okay, all right.
I mean, former All-Star. He's I think he's 24.
He's matured. He's matured.
He's a very good player that can play on and off the ball.
Yeah.
And he's been in a bad organization for the last 3 years. Gerson Rosas was fired. They have a new president, but that organization, I know they went to the playoffs, but you're talking about a team that hasn't been relevant in decades. See, to me, you bring in someone like D'Angelo, somewhat similar to RJ Barrett, where he was asked, Barrett's case in New York and D'Angelo's case in LA, he was asked from day one as a top 5, top 3 pick to be the number 1 or number 2 guy. And it's taken him some time, but he's gotten really good. I mean, he's become a very good NBA player. And there have been reports, I haven't actually asked about this, but I have seen that they would be open to trading him. I'm a big deload guy, though.
Yeah, I don't think they can ask for the world either for him, right?
Would you do Tyler for him?
Yeah, I would actually.
What do you think Heat fans would say to that?
I think it'd be split. Yeah, I think it'd be split 50-50. One of those.
Would you do? Wait, let me ask you this then. Here we go. Would you do, if I could guarantee you a Heat championship with D'Lo over the next 3 years, but no Dolphins playoffs over the next 3 years, would you take it?
Oh God, no, I would not. No.
How about the other way? I can guarantee you a Dolphins.
Yeah, I don't mind if the Heat lose because they have championships and they've been.
Okay, so it's the Dolphins.
Riley's been here. We've been spoiled, bro. I'm tired of losing with the Dolphins. No, I'm not sacrificing any more Dolphins.
That's teal and orange, baby.
Yeah, no, I need Tua to win a Super Bowl, bro. I need the Dolphins to kick some ass, man. Hell yeah. No, I ain't sacrificing Dolphins.
Who's the Tyreek equivalent in the NBA that could come into the Heat and change the team? Maybe there isn't one. I don't know. Maybe it's Zach LaVine.
I like Zach LaVine.
I
like the way I like the way another guy that's grown from being just a dunker. Like he was, what was the name of the guy from New York that won the dunk contest?
Nate Robinson?
No. I'm talking about like a Skywalker.
Oh, yeah, sure. Danny Walker. Yeah.
Uh-huh. So Levine comes in like a Skywalker on steroids because he was still a better player than Skywalker ever was. But he still had a little rawness to his game.
Mm-hmm.
And he has developed the rest of his game outside of his athleticism.
Oh, yeah.
That was God-given already. He didn't have, we knew he was going to soar in the air. So that had nothing to do with it. But he really rounded out the rest of his game. And that's where I give that kid a lot of credit that, he looked at what he was and he went and he was going to go, I'm not going to be Kenny Skywalker and be limited for the rest of my career and just be known as a dunker and that I won the dunk contest. No, I want to be a basketball player. And that's what I like about Zach. He's turned himself into a basketball player.
Well, that's what we do in Seattle. We create hoopers.
So what are you guys going to get a team again?
I mean, they don't have an arena. It's the same situation it's been for 20
years.
By
the way, did they knock down Key Arena?
No, that's where the Kraken play, but they repurposed it to be a strictly NHL arena.
You know what? I didn't realize that the Kraken played in the old Key Arena.
Yeah.
Holy shit. And they were so cheap that they couldn't even build a new arena for the hockey team. They had to remodel the old arena.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, Key Arena is great though.
Although the nostalgia thing, they must
Oh,
love
it's
it
a
over
great
there.
place. Yeah, it's a
Right,
great.
that's
My
the thing.
alma mater, or where I played my first 2 years, Seattle U plays there too. It's a great arena, but it really has become a hockey arena. You could not put an NBA team there.
Yeah, and by the way, how we don't have a team in Seattle and in Vegas in the NBA is
And
beyond.
Vancouver. Those three. Yeah.
Well, was it going to be that much of a hotbed for basketball, Vancouver? Really?
Yeah, the Grizzlies. Yeah, there's a lot of nostalgia there. They would support it for sure. I would prioritize Vancouver and Seattle over Vegas, but I hear what you're saying.
Wow. I'm still shocked that Vegas, the last will be the NBA, because it looks like the A's may end up moving there.
Adam's going to get a team in Vegas.
Which, by the way, I don't know why you would want the A's in your town with that ownership. I would not build anything for that ownership ever.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But I think Adams will get a team in Vegas. I mean, that's a priority for sure. For sure.
Oh, an NBA team? Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
But they should have been the first team in, like,
they went hockey, football, baseball, NBA. Is that what it's going to be?
It's like backwards, like the most progressive league that could have dealt with all the betting and all that crap. It would have been the NBA, and yet.
Well, David was so anti. That's the thing. David Stern it literally would have never ever let that happen.
Right.
So that's why they're like a 10 years, 15 years behind.
Jay De Niro keeps asking about Bradley Beal there, but Beal.
No, he was never going to get moved though.
No, and not only that, I don't want him anymore. I got to tell you.
Interesting. Great player.
If you're happy being in Washington, you're an effing loser, bro. If you want to be. Let me look, Jordan, listen, you want to be in a city that has no hype whatsoever. There's no expectations for the Wizards. He can go out and lay 35, and whether they win or lose, they're all happy with Bradley Beal. If that's what he wants to live, because that's what it seems like to me. He's hanging out at Mystic games, and he's super happy there in Washington. Dude, if you want to be tied to a loser, then there's no winner in you. And that's a it's funny how we pick on the players that want out of shitty situations.
Sure. Right.
Right. And it's like, well, so admire the guy. He wants to go where the pressure's at. Actually, he wants to go somewhere that if he doesn't win, he will be called the ultimate failure because of that. So that's what you want. You want those kind of guys that want the hell out.
You want
and
John
they know
Walden?
that where they're at, they're not going to win. I don't, but the guy that wants to stay in a bad situation that isn't getting better, that isn't going to challenge for anything, because I'll ask you, Jordan, you cover that league. Do the Washington Wizards have any shot at winning anything next year?
No. But I like that he feels loyal to the city and to the organization.
How's that worked out for Mitch Richmond? How's that worked out for Damian Lillard? How's that worked out for many players over the years who stayed loyal? And Mitch Richmond finally got his championship with the Lakers.
Richmond. Yeah, he did. I forgot about
that. But he's our boy here from South Florida. And but he was loyal as hell, and he gave up most of his career to those damn Kings, dude. And he was magical every night for those Kings. But that team sucked. And that's what I ask of Beal. Really? This is what you want, dude? This is where you want to be? I don't know if I want you. I like the guys that want pressure.
Well, you come to Miami, you're in the pressure cooker.
Right.
Because they're not going to Riley won't tolerate it. That's like it's like a given. It's like breathing and for him.
Right. And that's the beauty of all of that. What'd you think of the Tyreek Hill comments this week on Tua?
Well, here's the thing. Tua throws a beautiful deep ball. There's no doubt. He throws a very catchable ball. But yes. I went and looked at adjusted completion percentage. That's the most important stat because it identifies what the quarterback really is throwing to, or how the quarterback is throwing, how catchable is the ball. And it doesn't take into consideration drop balls or on target. So it's basically just on target throws. So Mahomes in the last year was 78.3%. That's second in the league. Tua was 18th in the league. So Tua, I listen, I've always been a big fan of his, and I know that this is a huge opportunity for him, and I do think he'll have a really good year. But to say that he'd rather have, or that Tua is more accurate, is just baffling. It's a ridiculous thing to say.
Well, the accurate part, I know he is accurate. That's for sure.
But he had the most accurate on 25-yard. But he threw only so few of those balls. He didn't even qualify.
Well, he doesn't have a line, bro, to throw deep balls.
Well, now, but I think now he will. As long as you keep TA, as long as you can keep TA on the field and Connor Williams is decent, I think the line will be much improved.
Okay, so you talked to me about Seattle, so you're a Seattle guy, but you got a Devil Rays shirt on. Is that a Devil Rays shirt on?
I'm all about the D-Rays, baby. I love the Tribe. No, I just like the retro kind of. I think like Wade Boggs when I see this, it just kind of fired me up. It was on sale. I like the shirt.
Okay, no, because you'll run into Rays fans and they'll say, "We're not the Devil Rays."
Yeah, this is retro.
They get all personal about Devil Rays now.
I actually don't even like them anymore. I only liked them when they were the Devil Rays.
Right, exactly. Devil Rays was cool.
It's cool. Had some juice.
Yeah. You see, Bradley Beal, Wizards. Oh, when you were the Bullets, baby.
The Bullets had some, that was a cool name, but obviously, there's a reason why. But Wizards is cool. I mean, that's a good name. It's a good name.
We get a little too touchy, too PC.
Got the Commanders.
Yes.
We got the Cleveland Guardians.
Yes. Yes.
You know.
All right. So, how does this Deshaun Watson thing end, bro?
I still think he'll get suspended for 6 to 8 games. I don't think he'll get suspended for the whole season. Nothing for me has changed.
I think it's indefinite. And
okay, fine. But then but what if they say fine, and then you come back and play a set of 9 games?
I think it'll be indefinite because they'll tell him enough of this crap. Solve all the problems, then you can come back. Because I think the NFL, and yesterday they let him talk, which was just weird and stupid.
Yeah, that was strange.
That was just not smart. But then again, it's the Cleveland Browns. You got to get to a point where you're the league. You screwed up already. You're the Browns. You screwed up already. Well, out of sight, out of mind right now is what you need.
I would agree with that.
And that way, even the coach can say, hey, listen, once he settles it, then we'll talk about Deshaun Watson when he returns. That way they can use that whole line. Hey, we got to talk about the players that are in the building, yada, yada, yada. And then that cuts everybody off.
Including Baker.
Including Baker, which what are the chances he ends up in Carolina now? Because they're so damn
I think better than 50-50. Yeah, better than 50-50.
So Baker gets Matt Rule fired finally. Is that what happens?
I don't even think Matt Rule wants to be in the NFL. He is a college coach. He's getting paid $10 million. He will not be in the NFL much longer. No way.
No, that picture he had with all the coaches.
Oh yeah, I was talking to a coach about another head coach who's in that photo about this, and I said, "What do you think of Matt Rule?" He's like, "That guy doesn't give a damn. He just doesn't care."
Yeah, he's just collecting a check at this point. So he's waiting for his time to go back to college football instead of dealing with this monster. All right, what else are you working on so folks can check you out on Twitter at Schultz_report, my friend?
Doing a lot of NBA draft stuff. Getting ready for NFL camp. That's still a couple weeks away. So, but it's NBA draft heavy. I got Chet Holmgren coming on next week. Benedict Mathurin from Arizona. Some lottery guys. Should be fun.
Okay, cool. You going to Vegas, by the way? Summer League?
No, I will not be a Summer League this year. I've gone before, not this year.
All right, then we'll miss you because we'll be out there broadcasting live. So we'll talk to you from Vegas.
I love it.
All right, Jordan, as always, my brother, I appreciate you big time. We will catch up next week, my friend.
Okay, thanks, so. Be good.
You got it. There you go. It's the Schultz Report brought to you by redrecover.com. You want to relieve pain? Maybe you can grow your hair a little bit if you're losing your hair like I was and you want to start growing it. Redrecover.com. Use our code BIG and you get 10% off. Also at redrecover.com.
This has been the Schultz Report with insider Jordan Schultz. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with their medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light. With videos, blog posts, and over 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being.
All righty. Yes, sir. Love it. Thanks to Jordan, as always, and follow him on Twitter at Jordan_Schultz. And check out redrecover.com. And for those of you in pain and you want to do it without medicine, red light therapy is just an absolute blessing, man. Big time. Big time. What else do we have going on in the world of sports? Did you guys see fake Klay Thompson? Have you seen this, Sean? Fake Klay Thompson? So there's a fake Klay Thompson, and here he is, by the way. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. That's fake Klay Thompson right there. Fits perfect. Now you can leave the Perdomo in there. It goes perfect, dude. That one actually fits nice, and we can leave a great cigar in place like Perdomo. Anyway, so here's fake Klay Thompson. And this guy, okay, this guy has become like a thing in the Bay Area. Everybody knows about him. The coaches know him. You know, what's it called? The head coach, Kerr, has even, talked about him and mentioning him and all that kind of stuff. So this guy has actually made a name for himself as fake Klay Thompson in town because he does look a lot like Klay, right? So the Warriors now had to ban him for life. Why? In a statement, the team said he impersonated a Warriors player in a deliberate attempt to access unauthorized areas within the Chase Center. And he received a lifetime ban both from the Chase Center and the team's G League arena in Santa Cruz also. So Warriors folk hero, fake Klay Thompson, was spotted outside the Chase Center on Monday, a stalwart of the Warriors' 15, 17, and 18 NBA titles. Fake Klay was portrayed by YouTube prankster Dawson Gurley, has been a topic of conversation during previous ESPN broadcasts. Steve Kerr brought him up in a media session and everything. Monday was the last time the Warriors will see fake Klay Thompson. Why? 2 hours before tip-off on Monday, he had been banned from the Chase Center. Why? Chase Center officials couldn't be reached to confirm the banning prior to the publication as they were getting ready. But according to Gurley, he was banned after walking past 5 layers of security guards, all right, who willingly let him through security without asking for an ID, at which point he said he shot around the court for 10 minutes. And then they busted him. Now, here's the thing. Was that worth a lifetime ban for fake Klay Thompson? Like, dude, you're kind of a folk hero, right? People like you. The team likes you. The coach mentions you, all that kind of stuff. Milk it, dude. People are going to take pictures with you and have some fun with it and all that. Now you're out of the mix. Now you've been banned. Now you're a jerk. And for what? So you can shoot 10 minutes on an NBA court? What, is that a big thing? Is that worth a lifetime ban? Like, you had it good, dude. You had it better than most fans. Just, some people, man, I don't know if it was a bet or whatever, but I'm sure, the way he looks, walked right through, they let him go, and there you go. And fake Klay Thompson is no more. All right. Hour number 5 is next. Craig Mish starts hour number 5 right here on the Big O Radio Show.
With more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes, Welton Rayom is committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle, slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Welton Rayom can help. Time to step in the batter's box with one of the best insiders covering Major League Baseball and the Miami Marlins, Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welton Rayom Attorneys at Law. personal injury, bankruptcy, or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation. 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLAlaw.com. Here's insider Craig Mish.
There he is. He's ready to rock and roll with us. Talk a little baseball. Baseball been very, very good to me. How are you doing, Mr. Mish?
I am great. Good to see you, Big O. What's happening?
Do we have any fake whatevers at Marlin games? Do we have a fake Jazz Chisholm?
I'm glad you asked me. I'm glad you asked me that question. So several years ago, when Ichiro Suzuki was playing for the Miami Marlins in the final season of his career with the Marlins, there was a gentleman who was traveling all across the country dressed up as Ichiro in the different jerseys that he used to wear, Mariners, Yankees, and Marlins. And very, very nice person. I think I still have the videos. And he would basically, when Ichiro was up, he wouldn't try to get on the field. He would go into the stands. He would pretend that he was Ichiro, go through the whole, his warm up, batting, how he looked, and a lot of people interviewed him. It was very funny. So the answer is yes. In that final season, and as Ichiro was chasing 3,000 hits, I remember it vividly. And the guy was very good. Had all his mannerisms down, by the way, and so yeah, there was a fake Ichiro once upon a time.
So I could tell he's a guy that grew up like we did, like, because that's the game we used to play when we were kids.
Of course,
is guess the batting stance, which they don't do that nowadays, but we used to play that funky game.
Yeah,
but he was smarter than the Klay Thompson guy.
Come on,
he didn't abuse it. It's like, come on, dude. Like, was it really worth going on to the court shooting for 10 minutes to get a lifetime ban now?
Right. Well, another part of that story that I think is important too is that, like, the guy, I guess Orlando was popular and people like him, but would you still like somebody that's basically trying to get everybody fired in the stadium? I don't know, man. I mean, those people do not make a lot of money.
Amen.
And what are they making now, Orlando? $25, $50?
That's a great point. I didn't even think about that. How you put those people's jobs at risk.
That's right. Not funny to me, man.
No, but they probably just got reprimanded because, dude, he does look so much like Klay, and all you have to do is put a hoodie over and just walk like, "Hey, what's up?" And you probably think that it's Klay.
But at the expense of other people, I think it goes a little too far.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I can't stand the bicyclist. What's his name? Armstrong.
Yes.
That pissed me off. That, okay, dude, you got busted cheating, but now you're gonna try to get other innocent people fired because
I never understood that stuff.
Yeah. That him and Ryan Braun are two people that I lost respect for when
Braun too. Yeah.
When they were doing that kind of stuff to get innocent people fired to cover up their mistakes or their cheating, whatever it is, or lying, whatever you want to call it. By the way, can we have more player meetings? Because after everything, player meetings usually turn into nothing or whatever. And listen, what a long term, who knows? But in the short term, damn, bro. The player meeting, we got better baseball out of it, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with it. I think that they underperformed a lot of the season, Orlando, and like last night's a good example of a game that was close. It was tied, and in a game in April and May, what's happening, Big O? They're probably striking out with the bases loaded and losing, and now they're starting to come through in these bigger situations. The players are seemingly more relaxed. The pressure's off a little bit. Now that they're not, 10 games over 500 or anything like that, or they're not 10 games below even. And over the course of the season, this stuff is going to even itself out. And so they're winning closer games, coming up in bigger spots. And I just think it's normalizing over the course of the season. I personally don't think that had much to do with any of the results that you're seeing.
How much was the conversation about Jazz? Because personally, we need more Jazz. We need more Jazz. We need more Jazz in all of baseball.
Yeah, I did a story in the Herald for it. Honestly, I'm tired of talking about it. Ready to move on.
I know, but I know you did a story, but just in was it centered around him, this whole damn thing?
I did not report that. but
Okay.
but obviously the New York Post did. So you can certainly look into it as much as you want. But honestly, Orlando, I'm really at the point done talking about it. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
because
over it.
it ends up becoming kind of a silly story when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
if
I don't, honestly, I don't even know if it's silly or not at this point. But for me personally, the fact that this just keeps going and going, and I understand it's listen, I went on Channel 7 on Sunday night, and they asked me about it too, and I went into it. But it's like we've kind of gotten to the point here where was it unusual? Yes. Were the comments after it unusual? Absolutely. But then you get to a point where it's like, are we just doing this? Is it a real story at this point, or are we doing it for clicks? Like that's kind of the question that I would have to ask right now. And I think that after covering it for about a week, at this point, they moved on, obviously, for whatever was going on. Is everything fixed? I don't know. I can't say that. But from my perspective, covering it, there has to come a point where I've just heard enough about it, and so I'm trying to answer as best as I can. But I just don't think that there's anything. If I thought that their wins and losses, Orlando, were a result of what happened there, we could do our entire 30 minutes on it, specifically on everything. I personally don't think it had anything to do with results.
Okay, I'm with you there. All right. Does this team? I mean, not that they're going to produce it now, or not that Sherman's going to go out and trade for it or whatever. Are they missing the element of the great player / great leader? Like Miguel Rojas has leadership qualities, but he's not a great player. So it's hard to tell people what to do in that sense at times when younger players might be more talented than you. And they kind of look at it like, yeah, no, I'm pulling more weight than you are right now, dude. So I'm just wondering, is that element missing? Because when I was covering like the '97 team, like
Right.
the damn locker room was loaded with all those effing guys, and so I'm trying to find one of them for this locker room. Is that an element that is missing or needed in your
Yeah,
eyes?
it's a good question because I think that it was really hard to tell outside of that 2020 season where they had success. And so, if you think about it, Orlando, it's like when a team loses close to 100 games or 100 games 3 out of the last 4 years, how do you define that? Like
Right.
basically, like let's eliminate 2020, and I don't know that it's even fair to eliminate that because that was definitely part of their story over the last few years. But Orlando, when a team loses 100 and then 100 and then last year 90, I mean, does it even factor in at that point? I mean, you're losing so much. Is like, oh, great job with the leadership on a team that's just losing like crazy. So I don't know that we can identify that even now because we haven't gotten to a point where the team has played winning baseball. And when the team does play winning baseball, I do think that needs to be a bigger factor. But I just don't think that it plays in one way or the other right now. And I don't think it's easily identified. Like I think that if you looked at a winning team such as let's say, call them cheaters or whatever, Houston Astros, right? Like Jose Altuve was the team leader. They were winning a lot of games. Justin Verlander is still there. Team leader, winning a lot of games, fronting that rotation. So moving forward in the future, and maybe this year, who knows? They're only a few games under. But when the winning begins or gets closer to winning, I think at that point you could start to take a look and say, where is your Zach Thomas? Where is your Jason Taylor? Where is your Dwayne Wade? Where is your Chris Bosh? Where is your LeBron James? Right now, it's hard to identify.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, because it's just one of those where you would like to have that guy that people gravitate around, but it's not, obviously it's not something that they're probably going to have to develop that from within. One of these young guys is going to have to turn into that guy, and hopefully they can keep him around. Now, I there's some seriousness to it, but I got to have a little fun with it, obviously. Brother, after that meeting, Don Mattingly said, I thought my team could end up coming out flat.
Yeah.
He didn't have a really good read on his team, by the way. I'm just saying. I just remembered that line after watching them play. I'm like, hey, man, did you think they were going to be flat? They've actually shown some spunk here, throughout. So Mattingly, I don't know if he has a really good feel for that team.
Yeah, look, I'm not. It was definitely. I mean, I'm trying to think historically speaking for Matt. One of the more bizarre comments, let's just put it that way, that I've heard him make. And I guess it just goes to show you what was actually going on there, in that discussion that they had for such a long time. But again, it still goes back to the same thing. Is your point well taken, Orlando, about that comment? I mean, I think that you could, certainly surmise that. You could read into it and think that is the case. But the reason why I would disagree there goes back to what I said 3 minutes ago, because I don't think the correlation of their performance had anything to do with his comments or the team meeting. They faced Washington. Orlando, the guy that they faced was and again, young pitcher.
Yeah, but they won 2 of 3 against the Astros, bro. I mean, come on.
No, it had nothing to do with it. Orlando, they faced the single worst pitcher in all of Major League Baseball that night. His ERA was the highest in all of Major League Baseball, and he was sent down immediately after the game. I mean, these are all facts. Okay.
No, and the other guy went on the IL, Strasburg.
And Strasburg, I was at that game behind home plate.
By the way,
doesn't. I'm not taking any wins away from them, but you are not going to have me here and allude at all to that correlating to the way that they're playing. I'm just not going to do it. Maybe somebody else is willing to do that.
Being the Marlins. That's what you think. It's just a baseball season the way it works out. That's it.
And I would love to start playing a narrative game, and I will play a narrative game every once in a while. But in my experience of covering the club and understanding what's been going on and hearing the manager talk about it and having confirmed it otherwise, I cannot put those things together. I think they played. You made a point about they played very well against the Astros. By the way, Orlando, the Astros played horribly against the Marlins in that series too. To me, it is the course of a Major League Baseball season. If Mattingly came out after that, like every other team meeting, Orlando, you have covered it. I have covered it. NFL, NBA. What happens after the team meeting? The manager comes out. We're not going to talk about it. We're together as a group. Now we're going to kick some ass. Players come out.
Right.
That, it was great. It was awesome. We feel great. We're going to go out there. We figured it. None of that was the case. So all of a sudden, like just because of the wins and losses, now I'm supposed to give you that here. I just can't do it.
I'm with you. I get you. I got you. By the way, the Strasburg thing, I know he did great in that World Series and all that, but wow, talk about catching lightning in a bottle, grabbing a whole bunch of money and doing absolutely nothing for it after that. It's got to be bittersweet for the Nationals, right? I mean, that guy, and to his credit, he has fought through injuries throughout his entire career, dude. But boy, what was it, like a $240 million contract or something like that?
Yeah, he signed it, I think, before he hit free agency, which is so rare for a Scott Boras client. So maybe that should have been our first indication. Excuse me. What I would say about the whole thing is that injuries are part of the story, without a doubt. Hype is part of his story, without a doubt. And there's also the point of, a few years ago, 6-7 years ago, if you remember, that he didn't pitch in the postseason because they wanted to shut him down. There was big controversy over that. But in the end, Orlando, was it all worth it for him to be the single best pitcher in baseball down the stretch in 2019 and be the World Series MVP? I think they would do it all over again. That's my opinion.
Yeah, well, it was definitely worth it for him. And
worth it for the Nationals winning the World Series.
They have to win. Yeah, they have to win the title. They have no.
They
choice.
Won.
Yeah. So they have to.
It's worth it.
Because without him,
they don't win it.
You don't win it. So
he was the MVP of the World Series.
No, he was a monster. He was a monster for that moment. His body held up, and because he's always had the talent, it's just a matter of his body holding up, and that's always been the problem for him from day one in the majors. He's just always been a fragile guy.
He has,
unfortunately. And listen, by the way, the human body, the arm, it's not made to be throwing 100 miles an hour. 100 and something times a game. It's just not made for that. So it's just like football or hockey. You're not made to take that beating. The freaks are the people that can actually stay healthy in all of this. How Nolan Ryan stayed healthy all those years is just phenomenal. And then it's opposite of Levon, where Nolan was a workout freak. Levon was not, but he had the rubber arm. You know what I mean? It's genetics, it's training, whatever it is, a little bit of luck.
Too. Yeah.
Yeah. And Strasburg has not had a ton of luck staying healthy, man. And
No. But I mean, you think about it, that Washington club in 2019,
Yeah.
we're so far away from that. They're one of the worst teams in baseball. But Steven Strasburg and Anthony Rendon and Juan Soto and Orlando Trey Turner. How about the year before? Bryce Harper. Like, wow, like they really had a lot of stars on those teams, and they're for sale now. It's a new era of the Nationals, but Zimmerman, but it was all worth it, man. Like, I mean, the flags fly forever, and
and for Strasburg, at least the moment that he was put in the biggest games of his life, he came through.
He did.
So he's got to be happy about that. That throughout all the tough times, the one moment he needed to come through, they came through. And who knows? It might have been twice if they don't put him on the shelf a few years before that. You know what I mean? Who knows?
We'll never know. And the injury that he came back from now is a serious one. And I think he's got a rib issue now, if I know that reporting correctly. But he was topping off at like 91 miles an hour, and then joking about that afterwards, saying, "I didn't realize you had to throw 95 these days, like, to make it." It's tough for them, and I'm sure, in my opinion, Orlando, Washington was praying that he would come back, make 5 or 6 starts, look fantastic, and then go to some team in need of a pitcher and say, "Listen, we are literally willing to eat like almost all of this thing. What can we do? How can we work this out?" And now they probably can't.
Yeah, that sucks. One more thing before I let you go. Are you surprised San Diego has hung in there without Tatis? And apparently now the wrist injury might keep him out a little bit. And listen, I get it. When it comes to wrist injuries in baseball, dude, you've got to be very careful because that thing could linger and you can re-injure it. And it's one of those things that you wanted healthy, and especially a stud like that. But dude, they're tied. I think they're tied for first place, if I'm correct still. They have been able to hang in there. Are you surprised they've been able to hang in there without their best player?
Well, their pitching has been very good, so I think that's a big part of it. Machado obviously has been excellent. Their offense has been okay. So, yeah, I am surprised, but if you watch the team play last year, Orlando, they were in, I think, a very similar, if not exact spot, and then they fell apart in September. So, and they did make one move last year. They got Adam Frazier, I believe, at the trade deadline, but I don't think that this is a perfectly constructed team. I do think that they're going to need to add more. Joe Musgrove, who pitches for them, is a Cy Young candidate this season. By the way, he'll be a free agent after the year too, so you can only imagine what's going to go down there. But yeah, I guess I would say yes, I am surprised, but I would not be running to a sports book right now, Orlando, and betting on the Padres, just because this is kind of where they were last year. Tatis, it's going to be interesting to see what they choose to do, right? Because they're going to try to win now. Do you bring him back in August? I mean, he was supposed to be back already. So do you bring him back in August? Do you bring him back in September? How about you bring him back for a week, Orlando? Now you're in the wild card, and now Tatis has to perform, or else you're going to, I don't know. Glad I don't have to make those decisions.
That was crazy stuff. All right, man. What are you working on? Whether it's Herald or anything else, swings and misses, how can they find you and follow and support you, sir?
Yeah, no doubt. Go to sportsgrid.com right now, because right now I'm popping 2 shows a day on there. Fantasy Sports Today, 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern, and 2 to 3 p.m. Eastern. Those are the 2 primary shows that I have going right now. So I'm going to be on the air in about 40 minutes from now, tackling a lot of sports betting, Orlando, and the legalization of sports betting around the country. We're doing an innovative show on that every single day, trying to get a better understanding for the states that are legal, the states that potentially could be legal in the future, and then, fantasy content. I'm still on top of that too. But again, thanks for having me.
That's right. And remember, Swings and Mishes is the podcast. If you want to keep up with the Marlins, great podcast there, and catch his work there at the Miami Herald, and breaking stories, as always, as a great insider in Major League Baseball. Mish Meister, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. We will catch up next week, my friend. Thank you.
All right. Have a great day. Happy to be part of Hour 5.
Yes. How about that? We work a little bit on this show.
I bet. Yeah.
Just a tad. All right, my brother. Be good.
See ya.
There you go. The Welt and Rayom Batters Box with Craig Mish.
You've been listening to the Batter's Box with MLB and Marlins insider Craig Mish. The Batter's Box is brought to you by Welton Rayom Attorneys at Law. Personal injury, homeowners, or condo property damage, bankruptcy or criminal defense. Call for a free consultation at 954-966-4646 or go online at WRFLA.com. Download any episode by subscribing to our podcast at Big O Radio Show on most platforms.
Alrighty. Thank you all out there as always. Don't forget, Blue Chew. That is a great sponsor of ours. It is time now, folks. We got out of winter. You're out of hibernation, right? You need to get sprung a little bit. You got to go to Blue Chew right now, folks. The confidence. You need some confidence? Well, you need some confidence in that bedroom. Blue Chew, that's where that comes in right now. A unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients that are in Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready.
I've got wood.
Yes, exactly, for when that opportunity arises. And the process is simple. Sign up to BlueChew.com. You can consult one of their licensed medical providers. Once you're approved, you will receive your prescription within days, okay? Best part, it's all done online. Yeah. So you don't have that embarrassing moment when you go into the doctor's office. You don't want to make eye contact. Or how about this? You're in line at the pharmacy and they're asking you, what are you here for? Viagra. Excuse me, sir, what? Viagra. What? Viagra. And then, you got the people back there. You don't want to do any of that. So Blue Chew tablets are made in the USA, prepared and shipped directly to your door in a discreet package. That's what it's all about. And listen, when it comes to Blue Chew, the women are also going to love it because there's nothing sexier than confidence, right? You're going to feel confident in the bedroom. She's going to feel good about it. So all you got to do right now to get that confidence, we got a special deal right now for the Big O listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use our promo code Big O, baby. Big O. That's what you got to do there. Use that code and then pay just $5 shipping. BlueChew.com, promo code Big O. Receive your first month for free. All you're paying for is the shipping. Go to BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for supporting our program, which is a beautiful thing. Love it. Thank you. BlueChew.com. All right. Brett Dodger. Buy low, sell high. Exactly. Oh, man. Right now, the market is awesome to take advantage of. If you didn't take advantage now, folks. Take advantage. Do it. Don't drop the ball. The Marlins need a Manny Machado. Yeah, they do. They do need it. Yeah, they do need it. They definitely need to pick it up. There's no doubt about that, ladies and gentlemen. We got the Warriors and the Celtics tomorrow at 9 o'clock. What else do we have here? Oh, one more thing that I wanted to talk about on the football side. This is kind of interesting. Kyler Murray, okay? Kyler Murray is now up for a big contract. And let me read some of the things that have been talked about. And it's kind of interesting because you gotta look at it this way, okay? And here's the story with Murray, all right? The Cardinals coach Cliff Kingsbury expects a deal between the Cardinals and Murray to be a record-breaking payday. He told reporters on Tuesday that he believes Murray would be the highest-paid player in franchise history. He's also praying that the two sides come to an agreement before next month's training camp. We're about to make him, I'm sure, the highest-paid player in this franchise's history. So he understands what comes with that. The guys know what he can be when he can be at his best. And anytime we can get the whole band out there, things pick up. Now, he'll be paid $5.5 million this year, $29.7 million next year. Okay. Murray, by the way, is coming off his second Pro Bowl season in 21. In 14 games, the 24-year-old had the 8th most yards per game at 270 in the NFL and was second in completion percentage, 69.2 behind Joe Burrow. All right. He threw for 3,787 yards and 24 touchdowns and rushed for 423 yards. All right. Now you look at Kyler Murray, and he's had so far a good start to his career, right? But has he earned a big contract? And that's where you get caught. Remember, when you used to draft these quarterbacks, you were paying them right from the get-go. I remember everybody, the Sam Bradford contract was the one that everybody used as an example because that guy sucked and he was always broken down. And he had accuracy, by the way, but his body was just trash, right? So last year, he throws 24 touchdowns and 10 interceptions, which is, a little over 2-1, which is not great. You want to be at 3.5-1, 4, 5-1. That's where you want to be. That's where the elite guys are at. They're much higher than that. But it's still, he had 26-12 the year before with a 94 quarterback rating, and he had 20-12 with an 87 quarterback rating the year before that. So they've all gone up. So you got to give him credit that he's gotten better year in and year out overall. That I give the kid credit. But has he taken that step to the big contract? Here's what you have to decide if you're the Cardinals. Okay? If you're going to give him that contract, then you have to be convinced that he's going to be that guy. I'm a Kyler Murray fan. I think he's a player. I think he's a quarterback, a real quarterback. Like, I never call Tannehill a real quarterback. I never call Lamar Jackson a real quarterback. You never hear me call those guys real quarterbacks. They're athletes playing the position. Kyler's a real quarterback. Only thing I've ever been concerned about with Kyler is his size. That's the one thing I probably would have stayed away from because I would be afraid of him, that he can't take any kind of hits because he's small. But he has a gift of the good Lord that Barry Sanders had, that Warwick Dunn has. Lamar Jackson, by the way, has it to a certain extent. It's hard to get clean hits on these kind of guys. There are certain guys that are so shifty and they have such great vision. Barry was the best. I don't know if I can count in my hand 5 times that somebody whacked the hell out of Barry Sanders. I would struggle to think there's 3 of them, actually. Nobody's like Barry. Warwick was great at it. There are some other players. Lamar's great at it, but Barry was nobody like that. I've never seen anybody like that. And Kyler Murray has that. And I will give him that. The day he loses that speed and that gear, obviously that's going to be a real loss for him and a gain for the defenders. But the question is, does he deserve the money? And he probably doesn't. He probably hasn't earned the big fat ass check that they're about to give him. But what are you going to do? Let go a guy that all he's done is improve? Let go a guy that brings a level of athleticism to the quarterback position that very few have? Let go of a guy that can really pass the ball and has touch and accuracy? No. You gotta roll the dice. And that's where the Cardinals are at. And that's where anybody would be at with any young quarterback that has shown progression and has gotten better. Now, if he's terrible and he's completely inconsistent and constantly throwing more interceptions than touchdowns, that's not the guy you're going to commit to. But Kyler Murray is a guy you have to commit to because the talent that he brings is just completely different than most quarterbacks in the NFL. It's crazy stuff. All right. What else do we have here? Mission O really tugged the nostalgia string, strong sentiment with what the Marlins give them. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's see. What else? Any other questions? Remember, you can always reach out on the Welt and Realm text line at 855-912-1056. Thank you, Big O and Sean. You guys are nonstop working. Love you guys and what you all do. I appreciate you all out there for keeping it locked here on our show, man. By the way, Sloman's Home Security, a proud sponsor of our show, 1-800-ALARM-ME. And right now, for first 40 Big O listeners, 1-800-ALARM-ME, you'll get a free doorbell camera. That doorbell camera connects directly to your smartphone. And when you use our professional installation and our low-cost central station monitoring, you're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. But if you want that free doorbell camera, call them right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tell them that the Big O radio show sent you. They will take care of you. Great people. The installers are really patient because even a dummy like me was able to understand everything. Easy alarm to use, convenient alarm to use, and that doorbell camera is going to become your best friend. Okay? Sure, it might be your wife or husband. You know, you might have a regular best friend, but this is going to be one of your best friends because it's going to protect you and it's going to keep you away from those people trying to sell things so you don't have to go to the door because you already looked at your camera, at your phone, and you see who's there. You're going to love the doorbell camera. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Get that Sloman's protection and tell them that Big O sent you. Sloman's, baby. They will take care of you. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Right. Let's see. Barry Sanders, greatest running back of all time. Honorable mention to Jim Brown, Walter Payton. Somebody tells me Barry, somebody tells me Jim Brown, somebody tells me Walter. I say Walter, but I can't argue with anybody that wants to say Barry or Jim Brown. You know, I'm a Walter guy. I would give Payton the nod, but I didn't get to see Jim Brown at his finest. I've seen the film, but I didn't get to watch it live. So somebody with that perspective might have better perspective than me, who has seen all the guys that you just talked about there in Sanders, Brown, and Payton. You know what I mean? So anyway, we thank all of you out there for keeping it locked here on our program as always. I got to thank Sean Stanley mastering this show. We thank Ira and Clay. We thank Matt Verderam. We thank Jordan Schultz. We thank Craig Mish. Most of all, we thank all of you out there. If you sent in a donation through Cash App or Venmo, thank you all out there for supporting us. Cash Big O Show. If you want to make a donation through Cash App or Venmo, if you made it on the Super Chat, thank you as always. If you're a business and you want to be a part of our platform and help us grow while helping your business grow, you can call us at 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a fantastic one.